走り炎の戦士を照らす飛び散れ筋肉ビーム勝利に向かって私は強い筋肉マン走る見事に心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私は強い筋肉マン走る見事に心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight
Alright folks, that exciting time of day again, where we go back to the 16th century and mess around in everybody's business, but I do got some exciting news before I start off. And that exciting news is that I forgot one thing today, hold on. Always one thing you forget. There we go. And that exciting thing is, I have finally found the information that I was after. Ready for this? You ready? The spoons in the hats that one person was wearing. I finally found anything that talked about it. spoons in hats. Paintings by Peter Bruegel the Elder of men with spoons in hats. A suggestion that it might mean poverty to have a spoon in your hat. But this person, whoever this person is, suggests that given the spoons and the hats in these paintings, spoon and hat, in a festive environment, everyone's partying, he's dancing. Spoon and hat somewhere around here. It's a Where's Waldo for the spoon and hat. There it is, there it is. Spoon and hat. Also, fairly festive, jovial environment. And spoon, there it is, spoon and hat for the guy carrying pottage. Everyone's eating pottage, right? So they suggest festive occasions, food present or available, none sitting to eat at the moment, may grab a bite later. So that could be what the spoon and hat is about. These people are all just saving their spoons for another time. It could be that. It could simply be as simple as that. It could be the fashion of the time. It could be, since this game is heavily based in the art of the era, it could be a socio-economic cue, or it could simply be this guy wants to eat but isn't right now. But we left off with things to do. We left off with plenty of clues that could implicate the finances of Father Gernot or Brother Guy. And with all the monks hiding here in the library, Eddic is like 2 steps away from dying. And we need herbs. Specific medicinal plants. Speak to Gertrude to help locate it. And right now, the time of day is known as. It is still 1 p.m. known as. But we have figured out the game's secret. We have investigation points at the Golden Hand Inn. If I want to buy beers for the patrons and see if they have any gossip on who murdered Otto, we can go to the Shrine of Saint Sadia and hunt down the yellow flower that was found, dropped by an unknown participant. We can go to the church in town and listen on everyone's confessions. We can go to the mill and talk to Leonard. And unless I do one of those things, time won't pass. Time will pass the moment I do any investigation with an actual investigate icon. If I do any of these icons, objective, investigate, meal, sleep, time passes. If I don't do any of those, I am free to pursue whatever I want. So we should have all the time we need to get the medicine for Eddic. So first we gotta find Sister Gertie. That's Sophia. There's my Gertrude. Sorry to intrude, Gertrude. Needed herbs for chest pain. Brother Attic is very ill. I'll have to hunt them. This is why we were given the ability to ID herbs throughout the game for this moment. Some in the forest. Yellow Gentian in the forest. We got this. All we gotta do is find some yellow flower in the forest. Yellow Gentian. Is yellow gentian, you think, the same flower that the participant ran out with? Yellow flower. Marsh marigold. No, it's a different one. I want... yellow gentian. Yellow gentian. You're red. Oh, they're looking for the, That's a different flower he's looking for. I want these flowers. Yellow gentian. Achievement unlocked. Achievements. Examine 10 flowers. And now we are gonna get Brother Edek's secrets. Alright, we gotta come to Gertrude first. Gertrude first, get the potis. Get the broth, the brew. Then, to Edek. In literally no time at all. Few other herbs are calming the body. What do they got? Mandrake? They got some hemlock. Come back later? No, come back later. I gotta pass the time before he could return to my other tasks and check back with her later. How much later is it going to be? They gave me 1 day. They gave me 1 day and it's already the afternoon. Maybe they're being fair, and because it's starting at night, or because it started at night, they're gonna give me till nightfall before they send a mob into the library. We're a big unruly mob. You can't fight corporate Bavaria. We are big and they are small. Wait, other way around. Can't inform Florian. What's Florian going to do? He's going to go out there and get the medicines himself when all the monks are going to be targets the moment they come out. Okay, so what else to do now on the docket? It'll take us the entire afternoon to seek out the flower. Or to listen in on gossip at the inn. Or to talk to Leonard. That's gonna take a while. I suppose one thing I can and should do then is bring these numbers and accounts to the attention of Guy and to the abbots. Because we now have evidence that Guy has been fudging the numbers, hiding the gold in the herb hut. I guess that's how he does it, because a herb hut isn't too far away, right? So he takes some money, he puts it to the herb hut, it's in the safe place for a bit, and then later on he could relocate the funds elsewhere. So he's been taking money away. The question is, who do I talk to first, Guy or the abbots? About that, we got something even more pressing right now, guy. We have accountancy. That's exactly why I'm here. I need to talk to you. In any way he can, to include becoming a sacrificial lamb. That's a confession. You're just gonna say, keep my mouth shut. Put the voice down. So he knows. He knows it's true. He knows that we wouldn't be bringing this up if we didn't have some ammo. Can't even trust the blind to not be witnesses. This is a confession. He's not denying anything so far. That is not all we know at the moment, though. Maybe I should have spoken to, because we found the papers. We straight up found the papers. How could I not use the papers that we found? Because we straight up did duplicitous accounts. Balancing the books using a double bookkeeping method. Keeps meticulous records, 2 records. Found a mostly blank scrap of parchment with the pages' purposes unclear. What? It didn't. It didn't record what we found? What the? Hold on. Is that because I went to the abattoir later and found the note afterwards, the book in the abattoir, that it overwrote the parchment that we found? Because we read the invisible link. We straight up read the invisible link. The game's about to cheat me. Where am I going? Lucarium? Sacristy? I can't get the note again. It really has somehow overwritten the knowledge. That is so weird. That is obscene. If that really did just erase the knowledge that we got. My heart is broken right now because it straight up said in the journal. Straight up said in the journal that we had the knowledge and now it's gone. No, there it is. Fresh lemon tucked inside Brother Guy's scribe desk. Lemon juice write a visible message on the sheet of parchment. Able to make a hidden message appear. Second brief ledger of deposits Guy was making to view your bank account. Clear evidence he's stealing from the library. So we have the knowledge. We do have the knowledge. The knowledge hasn't gone away, it was just the wrong page. It just puts it in a weird order like that. But I can't use the knowledge that we read that he's funneling funds elsewhere. We somehow can't use that knowledge, that he's double booking and sending several florins elsewhere to a bank. Maybe I gotta talk to this jerk first. Speak with you urgently about Brother Guy. So we could use it here. But now I put the idea in the head that he knows Brother Guy has been stealing. Absolutely or might. Absolutely sure, can check the receipt yourself. All I need is a candle. You might burn the evidence. He might toss Guy under the bus, much like he wanted to toss Pietro. Dire, like tossing him to the wolves. Thank you for hearing me out. Sorry this came to light the way that it did. We do care about Curacao. Half the monks are okay, the sisters are alright. So the difference then is whether I talk to Guy first or Gernot first. That does an autosave. Maybe the difference then is if I don't talk to Guy about it, then Guy's not going to run off if he knows that he's been found out. Because what else am I going to get from Guy? A confession? Maybe I should just keep this close to my chest then. Because I think that could be as far as I can take that. Because I've already done the thing for the medicine for Eddic. If I'm certain that it was somebody aligned with the abbot who killed Otto. We could look for the flower. And then in the next time period, like at night or whatever, get the medicine for Eddic. I'm gonna try that summons flower, because somebody ran into the woods. As devout as these people are, I'm not sure they're gonna confess right away. Oh, we got new location here. Could take a while, though. It could lead straight to the Abbey. And if it leads straight to the Abbey, that'll be a clue. Oh, this is rather pagan. We got ruins in here. What have we got? Are those Roman frescoes? This isn't too far away from Sadia Shrine, though, so it could still be somebody in town. This doesn't implicate the Abbey. On the night that Baron was murdered, didn't we see a ghost leap across the aqueduct? If this connects... Oh, there's a costume. Metal, plus, Pray Ferat, Tassier, Nymphaea, Fontis. I never took any Latin classes, so... I didn't give him Latin knowledge, did I? But he should know Latin as an educated man of the Sierra, whether or not he went to wherever. Julia Metella III, Denario stated. Do these not mean anything to him? Tassaiai sextus, cum velitami, consacratum, conservare, promissi, videnarios, provoto, lamea, posita est. It's all Greek to me. What should have grown nervous before Kaspar? There's a clue? Oh, maybe it's perhaps a clue. There's more flowers. Oh, nearly went to my death. Just pull me up. Maybe it's good that we fall. Maybe this is going to get us into the aqueduct, and thus into a secret passage into the Abbey. It's not abandoning Master Caspar. You're literally getting help for your master. You're getting rope. Bringing a rope isn't abandoning me. Or a long sigh of resignation. Or Kaspar comes with us, that's okay. Boy Wonder gets to come with. But now we both need a rope. Your journal though, Kaspar! Yes, that's what I said. That's why I wanted you to get a rope and stare balefully. The young boy has heart. He was worried about his master. Important thing is you aren't hurt, surrogate son. I knew it. I knew that was going to be a this would be remembered moment. Seek a way out. Dun 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 dun. Oh, was the little boy clever? Is he gonna make a torch? How's he gonna light it? He's got a lighter? What has he got? He's got flint and steel? He's got his fire starter kit. So, if the haunted clappers were here, he'd be dead. I'm impressed. Because he's a clever boy. That's how they raise him in Salzburg. Clearly true. So all we gotta do is wait for the snow melt to fill this cistern even more, and then we can simply swim our way out. Or follow it back. There are stairs coming out, so maybe they're... But here's the thing though. I mean, I guess it could be a one-way trip. They jump down here because they know it's safe. There's this bundle of sticks. It's probably softening their fall. And they walk out this way. And they flee back to the meadow or wherever else. And if it's back to the meadow, that could implicate Leonard after all. This could be the Mueller side. Too dangerous? I don't know, seems risky. Like to know what's on the other side? Sure, squeeze through, let me know. He's small. Good for thieving. And I trust Kaspar. Kaspar is a smart boy. If it turns out that he can't spelunk any deeper, I am certain he'll simply come back in. Not a way out, and he felt strange. Probably the atmosphere. What do you mean he felt strange? Yeah, that's just the old atmosphere in there. It is all very old Kaspar. Still 1 p.m. There's a door. And the exit. That is absolutely the meadow where the ghost jumped. Whoops. Accidentally hit my win key. So I'm thinking the night that the Baron was murdered, somebody dressed in a sheet jumped across the aqueduct to where we are right now. They probably didn't climb. They could have climbed out in the woods, actually. If they simply had a rope. If somebody left them a ladder early on. But what's in here? Where else could they have gone? This is probably the Mueller side exit. He looks at Kaspar. He can't squeeze it. Ah. Leverage to move the rocks. Does he hear Peter? Not Peter, what was his name? The little kid who draws. I forgot his name already because it's been a day. Was it Paul? Was it Paul the name of the kid who draws in the aqueduct? I could jump across. I think that confirms where I am. Upper Aqueduct Convent. And it keeps going. What's in this door first? Is this a herb hut? But if we combine our heights, but Kaspar and his shoulders. I don't recognize this. Is this a part of the convent we haven't been in? Though this implicates the Abbey more and more. Of course it's of the convent. It literally said convent. They're out in the garden. Oh, it's too... Oh, is it? But if you grab the fire poker, there's a fire poker right there. Don't crush your hand, you're an artist, you need it. We could probably use this to pry the stones out of the way at the Mueller exit. Excellent. We could use it to move the rocks and get out of here. Oh, little boy smiling. Now he's got two weapons. He's got his torch. And he's got his poker. Upper... Oh, Crypt also has an exit. So it goes to the convent and the crypt. There's a small door in the crypt. Much more recent than the rest of the aqueduct. Another secret entrance into the Abbey. They could? They totally could. They got people guarding the crypt, though. If it wasn't for that, they could totally escape to the aqueduct. Hey, wake up. If my showing isn't waking them up, they're either dead drunk or knocked out. Shelby. Make ghost noises at him. But we have a lot more information now, though. This has actually been pretty fruitful. Flowers themselves, but the flower led us to the discarded costume. In a ways of going from the Shrine of Satya to both the convent and the crypt. There are two pieces of evidence pointing towards the nuns then. Since the nuns know about the crypt access, and it also leads to the convent kitchen. But the monks possibly also know about the crypt access too. This could be a pan-Kirsal secret. Leonard. Shouldn't come here during the day. Oh, they are implicit somehow then. Why don't you want to be here during the day? Because someone's going to see you by the aqueduct? Hannah. Hannah works at the inn. Where's my pencil? All of my pencils are running away. Okay, for real. I had a pencil here yesterday. It wasn't my ideal one, but it was a pencil. What is a notepad with no pencil? Good one, get all the way there. I told Hannah, by the way, I told Hannah that Otto was the only thing keeping Peter in check. There's a conspiracy here among the wealthier townsfolk, the inn, and the miller, that might not want the Duke's armed soldiers coming this way. We both wanted Otto gone. I didn't kill him, did you? The note that sent you into hysterics. Was it actually Hannah? Was it actually Hannah? are we going to be on their kill list too? To raise his suspicions. Well, run out for Peter. Oh, don't tell me that Leonard is getting the Duke's men in here. He's rich. Abbott will stay in power. Pilgrims keep coming to shrines, staying at your inn. Is this the rich townfolk or the actual conspirators? And Leonard is cheating on his wife. I don't like Leonard. I like Leonard less the more we see him. But he was talking about the abbot staying in power, right? Leonard isn't acting on his own, but there is a conspiratorial faction here. I got to start writing the Pepe Silva chart. So Leonard definitely wants the abbot staying in power. Hannah is a conspirator. Hannah received a note. They could just pick up any hand, though. If we go by confirmed relics, we got some saints up there with how many toes? How many heads? I'm curious about this note that you received. That took all my nonas. It's gonna be Compline soon. The proprietress, Hannah, and Leonard. It's clear she's having an affair with the miller. Well, first thing I want to do is to see if, Hannah, if Gertrude is finished. I can choose places to eat. I could eat with the Zimmermans. I could eat with Werner. I don't see why I would. Otto's widow. We could eat with Ava. We could eat with the Muellers. We could eat with the convent, actually. Prioress house is an option. Or we could eat at the Golden Hand Inn. During sex, huh? I bet. One night. The note! The note in the same script. It will destroy the Abbey. Hell will swallow the hand of St. Moritz, the rat house, after St. John's fire. I think we have some scholastic terrorist on hand here. Somebody fans the flames and has the right people, gives the right people motive. I think it was Hannah then. Hannah was driven into a panic. Maybe. She disappeared one night after all. Yes, it does. I think the note was meant for your mother. Okay, what do the guests have left the note? Under the money chest. Yeah, they just need a better rabbit. I'm hoping that if Guy is caught, and Guy is no longer embezzling so many florins a month, then the abbot's finances are not going to be as tight. Ulrich is keeping Peter calm for now. I'll keep that from happening, Killian. The note might have bigger connections than you think, Killian. Killian's notes. Clearly from the thread puller. We have an actual name for the thread puller now. Sam. Of course, perhaps later. Actually, let's talk about your wife first. You know she's fucking the Miller. Just straight up. You know what she gets up to by the Roman ruins. He knows. Pathetic. I'm sorry, it must be hard for you. Poor Nico. Nico just wants to run an honest inn. And Hannah's getting caught up in all these conspiracies with Leonard. Leonard's probably filling her head with stuff. That's why she's probably driven to kill. Women are mysterious, remain so. I don't often understand my wife either. Except your marriage is going to be miserable. All I know is that something has to change. An unhappy marriage is a wretched way to live. Just have your own affair, enjoy life. Nah. Even if these are good, devout people, they could accept a tiny stain, as they do for so many other things. Because an unhappy marriage is so much worse. Persuade Nico. Showing sympathy goes down. How does showing sympathy go down, down? Are they expecting me to play to everyone's own personality sensibilities? And for some people, I gotta be sympathetic. For other people, I gotta be like, oh, you're pathetic, and get them riled up. Never said anything about Otto to you? Okay, that is odd. So, what if I did call him pathetic instead? I kinda wanna see. We got Killian's note. Talk about your wife. What she get up to by the ruins. Pathetic. This will be remembered. Called Nico pathetic actually gets ++. But 2 bars isn't enough, or 2 ups isn't enough. 2 ups get you like just over halfway. I guess you need 3, because that's about 2/3. Because this part is so easy to reset back to, I kinda want to see what changes things. If I'm just direct, you know she's fucking the miller. And then call him pathetic. Said you knew Nico. Knew about Hannah and Leonard. And called him pathetic. I gotta straight up bully this guy to get him to give me information. So that's where the pathetic comes in. The pathetic isn't that your wife's sleeping around. The pathetic is you know your wife is sleeping around. And you haven't done anything. It's still cruel. I'm still being cruel to the guy, but it's slightly less so. Very, very slightly less so. I'm not humiliating him just for getting cucked. I'm humiliating him for knowing that he's being cucked and doing nothing about it. But it's still a very cruel way to go about it. If I'm sympathetic, he won't... If I'm sympathetic and considerate, he won't... he won't give me information. You know she wanted Otto dead, but you did nothing, she's in trouble. Saying someone should stop Otto is, I'm sure, a common enough sentiment. Whatever it takes. But Otto never advocated violence. You've made a pretty good case you would kill Otto to prevent it. I'm gonna tell Peter, you better not deny it. There's others I'm looking into as well. Hannah is very unhappy in her marriage. Miko's unhappy in their marriage. But being unfaithful isn't reason enough to toss somebody to the wolves. Peter and the wolf. Is Gertrude here? Gertrude is here. The curative! There's Bex. Who else is here? Matilda is here. Sorry, Matilda. And little Sophie. You know, when Otto said he had the head of St. Moritz, maybe he meant hand of St. Moritz. And I simply clicked through before it could do its little update on the correcting the typo. Or I didn't see it correct the typo. We're working on them. As you care for the others, I must care for you. If I can't even help you, I've failed everything. Florian is looking after the others. You're the one teetering on the edge, now eat the broth. Oh, don't tell me he's snoring. I got an achievement. Get Edek his medicine. But if he's asleep now... No? He's just resting? What about the info, though? I want to get some info out of him. No. So far we have Guy, and we have Hannah, and maybe Leonard as possible culprits. Leonard is absolutely a snake, though. We didn't speak to Guy. We've been on reasonably good terms up until now. I got a -1 for taking Edic's side of the scriptorium, but including him among the artists was enough. He only needs 1 up to convince him to tell his side of the story. Yeah, what's his reason for stealing so much money from the Abbey's coffers? He's possibly the reason the peasants have been pinched as hard as they have been. You're a bastard but not stupid. Wouldn't do such a disgrace with a good reason. You're a monk. Could hardly help to spend this money without somebody noticing. He's a bastard but not stupid. He also got a note. Wait. What was that? That just skipped on through. That... Did you see that? The game's broken. This is what he says at the very start if he didn't talk to the abbot yet. Hold up. 46 seconds ago? What do you mean 46? The game is broken. This game is absolutely broken. It wanted to show me a note. He had a note telling him to do stuff. But... and the autosave saved over it. He just called us an asshole for telling the abbots, and now is acting as if... There is something going on with this. There's some kind of order of operations or something. I'm gonna note that Guy also got a note. But this whole questline is so weird. It's acting as if I can't talk to him about the receipts, but I could talk to Gurno about the receipts. And if I talk to Gurno first, then this guy acts weird, and then he shows me the note, and then it breaks. I am all types of confused. But I'm pretty sure this time that is the tech. The game is not completely open world, but it is pretty open on what orders you can do things in. So it could be that I took an unintended route, or an unintended combination that breaks apart in certain ways. So, who do we want to eat with? We could eat with Mother Illuminata. We could eat with the Muellers. We could eat at the Golden Hand Inn. We could eat with Verna. We could eat with Otto's widow. It didn't even update the note that we found either. If I go to duplicitous accounts, his explanation. simply does not exist. We didn't get the information on the note. He showed it to us, and then something straight up snapped in reality for it to fold in on itself. That is not an investigation point now, but he was in the morning, in the afternoon, I mean. Quite fortunate, given your meet with Baltus and Dr. Tolls. If I find the real killer and prevent more bloodshed, maybe it's a good thing I was here. Quite fortunate for him, he was eating with Baltus and Dr. Stolls. Dr. Stolls does not appreciate the peasants at all, and there's no sympathy for them. Maybe there is an upper crust conspiracy going on here. Disagree with the comments. Something between you and Otto. Didn't Eva used to bring the grain to the mill, but Leonard was being a lech with her, and so Peter forbid it. There could be something more base here, that he wanted Otto gone to get the wife. I'm not sure if eating with Leonard, though, is going to give me any new information. He's not going to confess to murder, just because we're dining with him. No, the common people are fine. Forbid them from reading, or the 12 Articles nonsense? Simply saying that peasants should have their rights, their own liberties? Are we going to steer Thomas towards liberation theology? Why not? If there's merit to Martin Luther's ideas, why not have the peasants read his works? They should be furious. They should be upset. Here in Tassing, Hammer of Witches. Treatise on Witchcraft published in Speyer, 1486. Theologians, University Cologne condemned the book as unethical and not in line with Catholic doctrine, but still widespread popularity. The book's author and the doctor shared a contempt and hatred of women. He saw witches and women everywhere. Local magistrate didn't believe it. Even Saint Hildegard came under suspicions. And so he stirred up a mob. So I guess that's where Thomas is coming from. He's seen the violence before, doesn't want to see it repeat here. Can't blame yourself, Father. They made their own choices. If you gotta blame anyone. Root cause, man. Root structural institutional cause. Abbott has been too harsh on them. They couldn't do anything for themselves. They had to take drastic measures to improve their lot. Do what you can, keep the peasants calm like Otto's killer. It should never have come to this. Abbott should have known he was playing with fire. That's my feeling. Otto and Peter and Klaus. You're blaming them for being crushed by the rock that the abbot rolled onto him, and wondering why they were not as polite as they could have been. Who pushed that rock onto him in the first place? If you want this to stop, talk to the abbot. Get him to release that pressure and these guys can go back to living the lives they want to live. They'll happily pay their taxes, and their tithes, and their tribute, if they could actually afford to. Passing tradition for St. John's Eve. Any mischief that can't wait until Easter. Need to prepare. It's evening. It's dinner time now. Did my best friend Smokey hear anything? No. Yeah, see? The exact labyrinth of his dream city now. Up until the murder, not quite accustomed to this world. That was fun, not as much as you did. Up until the murder, I suppose. They do seem to happen when I'm here. Was I meant to be the patsy? For my own sake, I suppose. We've had this conversation before. This is old news. This is old news. Did Guy's thing break break everyone else as well and reset everyone else's conversations. Burn down the Abbey. She doesn't care about the Abbey. She has no fondness for the institutions here. Drukers. The widow Ava with the little baby. Does she also have a note? We've seen Hannah's note. We got to the glimpse of Guy's note and then the game broke. And we can't look at it again, because it's pretending that we spoke to Guy for the first time. Does she also have one? Her family's on very hard times though, even after Ava got married out to the Zimmermans. They're struggling. We'll all get through this. So we could sit with the grieving widow. So grieving widow is an option. The rich folk with Werner is an option. The good thing to do would be to eat with Ava, because she's in mourning. We're friends with her. We knew her. We knew Otto. But given that Leonard was having dinner with Balthazar and Werner right by the rat house, there was also the person who ran into the forest. We followed that lead, and there's a cistern to the aqueduct that goes to the mill, but that's sealed off, but also goes under the convent and into the crypt. And the crypt is a secret passage. Leonard was there. Leonard was not the one who ran. It could have been that the person in the costume was a thread puller who was leaving more stochastic terrorist notes around for people to get into their heads. Or it could have been the killer themselves, and if it was a killer, it's a shame that Guy broke. We spoke to Guy after our investigations. He called us an asshole, but we were able to convince him to give us his side of the story. And when he did, he showed us a note for one split second, and then game broke, and talking to Guy again is just telling him that we found the evidence against him, as if we didn't already tell Father Gurnot, and now nothing else happens. Because we could only tell him about what we found in the herb hut. We can't tell him about the notes, about the receipts in lemon oil. So Guy's just broken. But if the person who killed him was somebody who was motivated by a note against them, could have been Guy? Hannah is freaking out because Hannah wanted Otto dead too. Maybe we could eat with the prioress? Because the aqueduct tunnels also went under her house? Or under the convent kitchen? For the sake of the investigation, maybe we'll eat with the Luminata. Because it's pretty suspicious that the tunnel passes both under the library, under the crypt, to the secret passage, to the library, but also under the convent kitchen. And now that she's Mother Superior, maybe she knows something? But if there is a conspiracy among the richer men in town, maybe Vanna and Balthazar also know something? Or maybe Ava could tell us about Otto's final days? But she's grieving. I don't want to poke at her brain too hard when her heart is still aching. I know I don't want to eat with the Muellers, because he's not going to tell me anything important. Alright, Illuminata. Maybe you could discern something about the shrine, or about possible motives inside the Abbey. She was hoping we'd come by. Does she have something for me, actually? Being cryptid. As he noted, I'm busy. It's dinner time. I'll help in any way I can. They could always eat the books. Do you need me to bring them food? Guide the sisters past them, through the crypt, up to the brothers. Yes, the secret entrance to the library. This will be remembered. Well, she knows that I know already. Does she just want me to be the chaperone? So the peasants don't get too unruly because they can't help themselves and see that habit? Lie to the peasants of the church? Nah, it's fine. Naturally, I'll do it. Oh, so that's what dining with Mother Illuminata implies then. Doing this little stealth mission. I've already spoken to the brothers, though. Clean up some of your mess. Take it easy, Carl. Sisters just doing their jobs. Sisters need to attend to their duties. I'm not going to upset Carl. I'm going to imply that the sisters are merely doing what the sisters do without having to insult him, because Tassing still likes me. We're not going into the church, you're going into the crypt. So, if you'll let us take a left turn right here. Sisters, any ideas? It's not like the sisters are hiding anything up their skirts will give him reason to look up their skirts. I just threw Carl. Storming the monastery, now stopping the sisters for their ordained duty. Try to put your soul at risk. Do us a favor, we won't tell. Now, Carl is a good tassing man. He's not happy with how the abbot has treated the peasants and the townsfolk, and now the death of Otto. But that doesn't mean that he wants to forsake his own Christian soul. Surely, right, Carl? Yeah, well, the sisters have nothing to do with that. The sisters are merely tending to the bones of their dead. Oh, I can persuade Carl! Theology up, complimented the bonfire, and encourage Anton to obey him. Oh, so I guess then that all those times, it wasn't too often that I did that. I thought that was Anton remembering, and that Anton, when he grows up, was going to hold some kind of grudge against me. The Lord instructs us to turn the other cheek. Carl, would you really harm the sisters? And they're gonna be a while because this is a huge mess they left. And Wolslav gets to see Matilda again with this sneaky, salacious, surreptitious liaison. Edic's back on his feet. Everything's under control. Mostly the town's gone mad. The town's fine. There's a few guards of townsfolk in the church and the abbey, but that's fine otherwise. Better off in here. It's under control mostly. Peter is being kept at bay for this one day alone. The custom of men not eating with the women? Come on, Gurno. You're in dire situations. Appreciate the food. I don't like how Brother Guy is staring at the trapdoor, hiding out by the back. He's going to book it. Let custom slip once? It's very strange circumstances. That's what it comes down to. You guys are hungry in here. They've been nice enough to bring you food. You can go back to decorum. Once you're not hiding for your lives. Carl's got the spoon in his hat. Very simple prayer, Father. Even Peter was able to put his own spin on it. Guy? Did Guy give an amen? What have I got? Sacramental wine, sacramental cheese, and sacrificial bread. Oh, Guy and Kaspar are gonna be friends. I could help. Mother Illuminata planned it all. Some time away from the townsfolk, and we love the townsfolk. But credit where it's due, this is a Mother Illuminata operation. Red wine, cheese, rye bread. Start with the cheese. He's not gonna like it. I've only got implications on Hannah and Guy. It's gonna take time, but the trouble is, they only gave me 1 day. Have some suspicions. Can't confirm anything yet. I think I know who killed Otto, but more focused on stopping Peter from burning the Abbey down. If I do that, could I get more time for my investigation? If I soothe Peter for a bit? Please have patience. Don't hassle me on your only way out. Please have patience. Though I am fairly convinced that either the killer or the thread puller is either seated around this table or in the convent right now. It is somebody in this abbey for sure. There's a direct line between the Shrine of Saint Sadia and the crypt by way of the aqueduct. A figure in white was seen jumping across the aqueduct, much like we did on the night that Baron was murdered. I like how with this setting, with this whole picture right here, Sister Gertrude is the wine bottle's label. Now the wine. And then I'll wipe the stubble and beard of the wine with the rye. No one's hurt. Peasants did loot the church and sacristy, sorry. Just drunk on sacramental wine. Some holy hangovers tomorrow. Oh, Matteo put 2 and 2 together. I was gonna be kind to the peasants. So we could maybe do some negotiations after this. Even if the game borked on getting Guy to confess his side of the story and show us his note, the game has at least functioned properly enough to record that we knew about his finances and his embezzlement, and that we took it to Gurno. So maybe, since that embezzlement is no longer going to be bleeding the abbot dry, maybe he won't have reason to push down as hard of the peasants, and they could come to an agreement. Okay, Matteo, let God repay them. In heaven. On earth, we'll tend to the flock on earth. We could replace everything. What use does a Benedictine monastery have for gold goblets anyway? For the abbot, Lucas explained as much. The vows of poverty and chastity and whatnot and simple dining is for the brothers. The abbot gets to have anything he wants. It's one way to receive the sacrament. What use does a Benedictine monastery have for gold? Not an order that ascribes to apostolic poverty, really. Condemned in the Catholic Church as heretical. I truly think that a mistake the early church went was taking Jesus' preachings of poverty and charity and universal fraternity for all peoples and directing it immediately towards European institutions and all their embedded hierarchies. Imagine if instead of Rome and Europe, if it went any place else, how that might have changed. How the hierarchical structure of the church itself and the traditions and scriptures therein would have changed in the long term. Because there are other church outside the European ones. So picture if one of those ended up as like the main ground zero of established Christian thought and traditions that expanded from there. If instead of, say, a Roman and a feudal European imprint onto the church, if one of the Eastern rites or the African ones ended up becoming the dominant school of thought and spreading out from that direction. Glorified to the treasures of this earth that it gave us. So vows of poverty are heretical, but this proto-prosperity gospel isn't. You can glorify God with wooden goblets as much as gold ones if it helps the town. If it helps the town. Just clearing out the underline. I could appreciate, though, that Matteo has a more personal stake because his life-given duty in this abbey is to maintain and guard the sacristy, so this is a personal failure of him that he's taken it for this stuff to be looted. Maybe a little bit of, you know, this thing is also great, why not use gold to glorify it? But also that's his duty, so he's taken it a bit personally. You're asking, guy. If you're asking, that's putting more weight on you. Again, if only the game didn't break and I could see his note for more than half a second. If Andreas could translate it for me. But the game broke, it showed us the note, and then... Because we asked his side of the story, I'm going to assume that the note was reason that he started embezzling. He was probably putting the gold in that bank under somebody else's orders. Would he have killed for the same? Did he perhaps kill under the note's orders? I don't know. Because we only got to see one split second. A few ideas, too early to tell. Why don't we spitball? Maybe they know something. He thinks he saw the murderer running away. You should have been in the convent, not in the convent. You should have had no business in the convent. You should have been in the abbey at the time. I can do this on my own. Don't tell us. Wearing a festival costume. That doesn't mean it can't have been one of the brothers. They could have worn their habits under the festival costume. Guy is saying. I'm going to label this guy claim. Dark hair, not a brother. Guy could be telling the truth. His crime could merely be one of embezzlement because he is sending funds, but he could also be sending funds under the directions and pressures of the thread puller. Unless the thread puller was using his embezzlement as a reason to murder, or reveal your activities. That could be almost anyone from Tassing. I can't pull out my journal here and look at everyone's faces. I'll give a because it could be almost anyone. Or it could be true murderer Brother Guy, trying to toss suspicion from himself. Definitely not a brother. He's emphasizing, just because he was in costume doesn't mean it couldn't have been a monk. If the monk is gonna murder, why wouldn't they also be in costume? Although, dark hair and not a brother. What about dark hair and a sister? Oh, you're not allowed to speak to each other, I'm sorry. Since your indiscretions. Look at that smile. Look at that cheeky little smile, smiling so big she gets dimples. You can't stop it, Gurno. As fast as I can. As thorough as I can. I'm doing this so that Tassing has justice, not for you. As thorough as I can possibly be. With a very brief time allotted. What about? Let's spin some excuses. They did clean, as best as they could. But these guys left such a mess that they'll have to come back and continue cleaning it. Perfect, perfect. Because that way, that gives them an excuse to come back later with more food. And who's keeping track of how messy it was before? Switch ghosts? Oh, switch posts. Hannah's got dark hair. So Vespers is done. We could still bother the convent. What's objective now? Just sleep? Just sleep with the golden hand in. I wanna bug people. Finding the secret passage to the library was only possible because we chose to snoop around instead of going directly to sleep. So there could still be more to find in the evening. Maybe now the time of day has changed. Guy could be fixed, so we could talk to Guy properly about that note of his. Maybe the game might assume that the proper order of operations of talk to Guy, talk to no, talk to Guy again, has occurred. See, that's the weird thing. He went from "you asshole, you told him, here's my note," to acting as if we never spoke to him before. We could talk about the money found in the herb hut, but we cannot talk about the ledge that we found. or anything else. So Guy's just broke. Guy is somehow broke, and I'm not sure how that's going to affect the rest of this investigation. But I guess it kind of informs for the playthrough too. For playthrough 2, I know that Guy has a note, and maybe if I do things in a different order, he might be able to show it without properly breaking. Maybe if I talk to Guy first, and then talk to Gurnell, and then talk to Guy again? Can I go back in here? I cannot go back in, actually. Muellers are locked. Everybody else is likely to be locked. But I'll take a peek around. No, go back in! X, X, X! Everybody's asleep, there's no one to talk to then. Everybody is adhering to the monastic hours of 8 p.m. go to sleep. Okay, in that case, I'll give Smokey a glance. If Smokey's got nothing to say, then I'll just go to sleep for the night. You had the good gossip the last murder, but nothing for this one? And I can't sneak back into the aqueduct area, right? St. Sadia? No, I can't sneak off to the right anymore. There were 2 people there. There was one person who snuck to the right, and then somebody else. You know what? I think that's a red herring. Because that was before the murders. So that was before the monks were all chased into the library. There was a smaller person in costume who went to the right, and then there was a large person in costume who went to the right. So I'm thinking that that was Brother Wolslaw and Sister Matilda sneaking out, even with their prohibitions, for a little St. John's Eve's festivities. Dark hair. Not a brother. A way to let off steam, huh? No cheating by the Roman ruins. Cheating on your husband Leonard. Really, Hannah, Leonard, you can do better. The guy is a sleaze. The guy hits on every woman in town. That is why Ava was not allowed to deliver grain to the miller. Over her by the aqueduct, doesn't matter, it's not hard to figure out. You're the most beautiful one in town. That's what I would do if I were him. Leonard is a sleaze, so maybe she'd be open to the sleaze answer. just as bad as him. Yes, everyone knows. What matters the most is truth, the gift endowed unto humanity by God above. You can understand the urge, but why would you risk your happiness for someone like Leonard? Why Leonard? The tough choice to murder, Hannah? The tough choice to murder? Complimented in. Down, down for shaming Hannah. Down, down for Nico knows about the affair. Look, if the game is going to rob me of Guy's notes by glitching out for who knows what, two can play at that game. Okay, so Nico responds positively to being shamed. Hannah does not. Lesson learned. I know what you do. Wasn't shamed. Not hard to figure out. Lie. But all this is doing is preventing the down-downs. I've only got 1 point of up. Ruin your dolt husband. Is this... We had a this will be remembered. Is there enough plus remembered? Oh! It's still not enough. Compliment the in up. But I've only got 2 ups for doesn't know about the affair? But you would think, with everything else you've learned, willing to do whatever it takes to keep the inn running. We've also got the note. We've got other such evidences. Are there other ways to get more ups here? We've avoided the downs, we got an up, but it could be some other answers. Might have given a positive affirmation to get into her head. That avoided all the pluses. So you could totally get bonus pluses or miss pluses. How did we do it the last time? Leonard could do better with shameful. She hates that. It doesn't matter, doesn't get anything. Does Nico know gives me a plus if I lie? Adultery, the most vile of sin, doesn't get anything. Maybe dinner conversation would have been able to go further up then. No, Hannah, or remain silent. I can't bring up the note. Possible reason in the note? I don't think there'd be a hidden plus plus in there. I think avoiding the down down by not shaming her and getting the plus plus by lying is all that I have here. It's probably not peppered with too many opportunities. Maybe I'll Jack Hughes tomorrow. If I even get it tomorrow. But first, it's been over 2 hours. So, I have got to grab myself a BRB and stretch my legs and come back into the fresh head. Because day 1 is finished, and they only gave me 1 day, so I'm not sure what Peter's going to do. So we'll find out when I come back. Okay. Head cleared already. So, I'm thinking, absolute worst case scenario, if we got nobody else. If we have nobody else, you could toss Guy under the bus. We know Guy's been embezzling. That will reduce the amount of money being lost by the Abbey. And maybe we could renegotiate the taxes and tithes and restrictions the peasants and townfolks are under. If there's no financial crippling of the Abbey, then maybe the abbot could put his pride aside. Except if I make Guy die, they'll be down 3 brothers then. Pierre was going to die anyway, but they lost Piero and Ferenc before, and then Guy. Maybe I'll simply let the abbot handle Guy as he will, I've told the abbot, so the abbot knows. That's been embedded and cemented into the book, right? There's nothing about actually telling the abbot. So telling the abbot might have been erased. My brother guy bugging out. He's not calling us an asshole anymore. Garneau is being very chill about it all. No mention about telling Father Garneau. So the embezzlements might continue if I don't get Brother Guy killed off. I could sacrifice Hannah. Because I'm pretty sure Leonard is a blonde. There's no color, so I can't quite ascertain. What have we got from the top? Everybody's in black and white though, so this is kind of useless as far as... If I zoom, will there be color? No. He's done all of his sketches in grayscale. I suppose Hannah would be a low-cost culprit. I only have this one day. Lynch mob is waking me up into the night. What's happened now? He did say he's only going to give us a one day. We didn't get the morning. So that really does only give me one afternoon. One afternoon, one meal time, and any side stuff I could follow. We'll be okay. They're not going to lynch us. Giving all these considerate, concerned answers to Caspar that will be remembered is all going to be negative for going soft on him. What the hell did you wake me up for? How about you give me more than one day before we do the trial? I really only had one afternoon and one meal. Should wait for a judge, not do this ourselves? Don't me up for a trial? The Duke will pounce on any hint of rebellion. We can't go too far. Yeah, but is a Duke going to see it that way? How many times have we played Crusader Kings, and every time the peasants rise up, we just bloodily put them down with our men-at-arms? Yeah. It's only been one... It hasn't even been a full day's investigation. How about a full day? What if we get the morning and not just the afternoon? Okay, who's got dark hair here? I don't see Leonard's faction. He's sleeping soundly up at this hill. Decide and let the abbey go up in flames. So I've been thinking that for the first part, maybe the right answer really was, regretfully and tragically, let Piero go. But this time it feels like I have to make an actual choice. She's still in labor. Oh my goodness. So let's say we delay this until tomorrow. We'll wait for the baby to be born. That's my new deadline. Soothe the crowd, Ava. Please, Papa, Papa Peter, for your grandchild. Yes! We got more than one afternoon. God until the baby is born. Agnes! Agnes! Keep it in there as long as you can. Oh boy. I recognize that banner. What are the brother dukes of Bavaria want? Yeah, that's what they call it, the commons. Carl, I'm not telling you to supplicate and put your head to the ground when you see this banner and a man in fine clothes on a horse. But this is a man with this banner and fine clothes on a horse. In an era of peasant revolts bloodily put down. Maybe let's see what he has to say and not be too rude to him. He's got a Vaughn in his name. And the dukes already have us under their magnifying glass. Who got word out? Who squealed? The abbot and all monks! That's just further evidence it has to be a monk. To make this an extra hard choice of a monk or a nun did the killing. But if not all monks are let out, then the hammer of Bavarian justice is gonna fall on all our heads. I appreciate the rhyme, Vaughn, what's your name, but now's not the time for sick beats. And the murder, and you guys suspected the abbot of murdering one of your own? The Duke does find merit. Okay, so if we resolve this amicably, maybe. Well, doesn't casting in Curacao though fall into the Prince Bishop? Does the Duke have much sway here? Concessions can be made? I think this sounds fair so far. And since Guy has been discovered to be embezzling funds, and the abbot may or may not know about it, that depends on how stable the internal memory of the game is, following Guy's previous bugginess. Maybe the abbot himself can negotiate even more? Laxness for the town and peasants? Mm. Do I at least get Prime? We do get Prime! We didn't sleep all the way into Sext. Soldiers surrounding Tassing. Only the end of the day to finish investigation. Convince the mob Abbott is innocent. Alright, Kaspar, let's go. It's Prime now, right? What are my leads? Listen to confessions. Listen to people at the Golden Hand Inn. Talk with Leonard. And that's basically it. Alright, that option. Later. Confessions are in the morning. Maybe somebody is feeling enough remorse a day later. Does anybody in town have anything? Oh, the bed is so empty without Marie. But her portrait hangs over the bed. Klaus, nothing to talk about. Lucky. Lucky's got something. To find the real killer. Otto didn't deserve this, he was an honest man. Any thoughts? Who might have done this? I don't think Otto did. I don't think Lucky did. Lucky wouldn't have killed Otto. How's the labor going? Agnes? Can't talk right now. Okay, alright. You mind Rachel. Can't talk to the eager father-to-be either. How's the Albans? Albans holding up okay? Anything cooking with the Albans? Not my choosing, I swear. Talk to Peter. He's putting everyone in danger by threatening the Abbey. It's a bit late for that now. Duke Bavaria knows. Does he know anything who might have killed Otto? He gets a lot of bread through here. Well, he gets the bread out. Can you talk to Peter? Have been talking to Peter. I am. And that's all that I ams. They're gonna be in God's hands very, very soon. Have we got actual stuff to talk about, or more just pleasantries, like with the Albans? Did he catch anything? Vanna, Leonard, and I engage in stimulating debate. See, I believe him. As much as I would love to implicate Leonard, I'm pretty sure Leonard's involvement is entirely administrative. I'm sure he would have pushed other people to do it. Maybe Hannah. Maybe Hannah actually did do it. Saw a figure flee. No clothes? Nothing else? Is it gonna be a ballista of such power that we could take out all the Duke's men at once and have a free state of Tassing? Yes, I agree. Is this a, an autonomous plowing robot farmer? More shepherds who strike the bell and a carousel of automated magi in the Piazza San Marco clock in Venice. I mean, there's that, I guess, but that's nothing any more complex than the It's a Small World ride. Frauenkirch clock in Nuremberg features a procession of mechanical men. Mein Leinlaufen, seen on midday. But it's not quite the same. I mean, I guess it could, like, push a button and it goes plow in a straight line. But can it do anything more complex than that? Follow a predetermined path. I guess it's something. I mean, I guess that's a labor-saving device, but how are they going to afford getting this thing unless he wants to make it for charity? And then maintain the thing? Tassing would be a lot happier if everyone had a good plow. Enough strength to plow through rough soil, I see. Does it have the strength? Be truthful. Does he really want the truth? If I give him the truth, is he gonna remember this? And not in a way that saves me? And this is also true. We have ways to harness the power of oxen and horses. That is working, man and beast together. The same oxen that give them calves when they dally with the cows, which in turn gives them milk when they go through their whole process. Perhaps, if he wants to be helpful, he could find some other deficiency, if not in the plowing, in some other form of labor, that the animals they keep cannot also double up on. Free the beasts from their burden. It's okay, Balthazar. It's not so much a fool's errand. You have the ideal of wanting to help the peasants, not have the toilers heart. That is good. That is good. That is very good. You just have to focus on some other aspects. No, Balti, no. You just gotta refocus. You gotta step back. Look at the bigger picture. He was doing his Vandaya, just like you. Or that. See, exact same situation. Two artists wandering to get away and to do their year. A family they're living in the shadow of, an arranged marriage back home before he could legally be a master inventor. Not so bad once you get used to it. It's a curse sent to man by a most malevolent force. Andreas has had some hard times with his marriage. But as long as I am the little goblin inside of his head, it's not going to be so hard for him that he's going to spurn all women forever. It's not so bad. It's a commitment, but so is this career that he's after. Lacking the correct frame of mind, perhaps. He's got all the STEM, but he doesn't have the humanity, so he's not seeing what exactly the peasants need. He gives them a shiny new mechanical man, but not solving the reasons they are stuck into poverty. What about instead a mechanical tree that constantly bears mechanical fruits, and then none of the peasants have to go hungry? Think bigger, reach higher, have more ambitions. Consider the aesthetic, the substance that emerges with the harmony of paints, or military applications as Leonardo did, invented many weapons. It is true that military developments bleed into civil developments. Maybe he could make some kind of super powerful scythe-like weapon, an autonomous scythe that makes the harvesting a bit easier. How about more ambition? Something bigger than a mechanical man who could plow. I fear going for a military approach might have been the right answer. Give him some time, some steerage in that direction, and at the next time skip, we might have a machine that could suitably defend the town. I might try for that the next time. Skulls really don't want to talk with him. He doesn't want to talk with me. He's got dark hair, but he was also seen with Balthazar, though. Balthazar would not have lied about Stoll's involvement. If Balthazar says that Stolz was with him, dining with Leonard, I'm inclined to believe. Leonard might be a little shit, Stolz might be a big shit, but Balthazar doesn't seem to be. I'm not trying to, I swear. God wants me to solve murders instead of making art. Yeah, that's the warning we got last night. Doing what I can, Endress. If I go to the Gertner farm, if I talk to anyone, Big Jorg. Veronica's helping Ava at least. Work sitting out the abbot, give it time, solve Otto's murder first, and worry about the rest. If Peter hadn't flown off the handle. We'll work something out the abbot. We solve this first, then work the abbot. Maybe the abbot might find clemency if I toss Hannah under the bus at the preservation of Brother Guy. Ursula. Bill Pete's got nothing. Need to talk, Johann. What have you got? Oh. Did he not hear the Baron's man's warning the Duke's man's warning last night? Threatening the entire abbey, not just the abbot. True as that may be, the monks don't deserve to die. Will burning down the abbey make things better? The monks don't deserve to die, not in the plural sense at least. Ulrich, remind myself. I don't quite remember Ulrich. I'm sure I remember if we speak to him. Then the abbot should answer, but not by burning the abbey down. Yeah? I think he's got an anyone, but who's your someone? Martin. Look, Martin's behaved himself though. He might have been a little shit back in the day. But after his brush with death in his bandit days, he came back. He's been a good father. You don't think he's Martin? I think he's Martin. We spoke to him. He's got Martin's backstory. But there's also the thing that Martin used to have allergies in the meadow. And Andreas commented on that. Friendship. Time can change a boy. Do you think he's an imposter because he's too good? Any evidence? So you think that Martin's partner from his final year of banditry came back to inherit some land and Martin's wife and settle down? What the mob will do to find a Martian as an imposter? Do you think whoever he is killed Otto? No, it's all about convenience. It's entirely possible that Martin is an imposter. But I don't believe that's related to this case. Yeah, that's an absolute yes. Their faxes aren't gonna matter. Eddie. Veronica has nothing to say. Brigitte. We talked to her about the possibility that Martin isn't Martin. Came back a changed man. Last he was in Tassing, he ran off, now he's back, he didn't recognize him. He was an ass the last time, but changed. It's only the same thing. Came back a changed man, maybe literally. This will be remembered. Oh no, this one did matter. Didn't expect it of Martin. Any reason someone might want to murder Otto? Trying to figure out who murdered Otto? Try to catch up on everything that's changed in Tassing. Ah, she saw through my lies! Remain silent. Oh my god, every other plus plus though. Complimented Martin's change before. Didn't accuse Martin of murder in Act 1. Spoke of Martin's return well. So the little lie didn't matter earlier. Please help me understand the truth. Achievement unlocked. Among Us. With the knife icon. Is he an imposter after all then? Discover the imposter! He never came back. So when Martin said that his partner died, and that was enough brush with death so he returned. Nah, he meant Martin himself died then. But she's happy enough either way. Jobst Fabe. I mean, that's just biblical. When the man dies and leaves behind a widow, the brother is expected to marry the widow, and they were basically brothers in mandatory. So they're just maintaining the community as so provided in the good book, yeah? Time with Veronica. Criminal charges. If anybody finds out he's impersonating Martin, how well do you know Jobst really? He's got into trouble before, hasn't he? How well do you know Jobst? do what I can to keep you safe. Can't promise anything. Jobst isn't Martin. Don't know what he's capable of. I can't promise anything. So all we got here is confirmation then. Hey, chillin' chum. You got some tea and ready to be comfy. Ooh, enjoy. Got my tea here too. My jasmine tea with a comfortable splash of coconut. So what we did get from here is that Martin is an imposter. And that Otto possibly knew. Is that fitter or filter? Your filter was kinda gone. They removed 700. 700 of what? Did you have 700 teeth that had to be removed? Oh, 70 millimeters of dressing in your butt. Congratulations, Chillin' Chum. Martin's hat. And put 35 back. Well, I'm glad they're maintaining the mass and the ass at least. Martin's got dark hair, doesn't he? No, that's not dark enough. I think the imposter Martin is probably too obvious an answer. You don't feel any pain because you sit wrong or they touch the holes. Or they pull the dressing out. What was this, like Pillow Sister or something? If you don't mind me asking, could be if it's too personal, then you don't gotta answer. You'd be sharing not just with me, but everyone who sees the chat in the highlighting VODs after all. We now know why, so probably not too much in cat that's gonna be useful to me. And she's no snitch. Truly, Martin is with the Lord now. You weren't blind with walls before. You know mannequin don't change. I'm sorry, didn't mean to disturb you. Try to find out who really killed Otto. Thank you for talking, Cat. I think Cat knows. Cat has to know who is or is not her son. Maybe she knows what really happened to Martin. And maybe she's happy enough that a suitable replacement son has returned. We can't accost Martin with the accusations. It is morning, so if it's morning, we could listen in on confessions. Okay, I'm going to foolishly run back to the Abbey. And I'm going to see if anything is fixed with Guy and Gurnot. Maybe now that it's totally the next day. Maybe it broke because it was next day knowledge that I found too early? That can't possibly be the case though. It wouldn't give the opportunity to learn it if I wasn't meant to learn it. Guy really is just busted. Edit gave medicine too, but we can't talk to him still. We have until sunset, so we possibly only got one chance at meals, not two. But the superior has nothing to talk to. So I don't think there's anything else I can do here just yet. My options then are to pursue Hannah or Leonard. Maybe talking to Leonard will give me more about Hannah. We might talk about how Leonard thinks that Hannah is just some simple beauty, some simple rich beauty that he gets a good fuck up now and again. And since everyone knows that Leonard is cheating with Hannah, LC, my utmost pleasure. Does she not recognize? We spoke before! She's forgotten that we spoke before, within this time jump. Past year's kind to me, thank you for the compliment. Is that a compliment, LC? No matter, searching over the travels, makes it age a bit. I'm pretty sure we spoke to her already. Else is supportive of Paul's arts. Maybe what I gotta do is somehow blame Leonard, and in doing so, Else could be freed, and Paul could support his arts. We'll figure something out, only if you were also to attend. How much we just talked about here, but it feels like we could pursue LC. Not easy to come by, we'll figure something out. Ask her to come with, perhaps. Why not? Get mom support and getting son friends. What? Only Leonard gets to cheat. That's only the privilege of the husband? So what are options? Mill, confessions, buying drinks at the Golden Hand Inn. That's it. That's literally it. Those are my only pursuits. What do I have for Leonard? We know he's stooping Hannah, and that he also has reason to want Otto dead. Openly opposed Otto has a hostile relationship with the peasants. The thing is, he's got an alibi. So I don't know. I haven't got much else. And I can't imagine anybody who's willing to kill cares enough about their eternal soul to want to confess, or if they'll confess, about the murder. Maybe somebody else has some other confession that might point us to interesting things? Okay, Leonard, let's talk. I know about you and Hannah. Or I'm on to you. I know about you and Hannah. Any propriety. I don't give a damn that you're cheating, but I heard you two by the ruins. You're married, it's an affront to God. I'm impressed, but you slipped. I heard you two by the ruins. Okay, so I'm putting Leonard right onto the chopping block this time. So he sees himself as his own Baron in right. You said it could be a problem. You asked Hannah if she could be a murderer, but she never answered. You think she killed Otto. You both wanted Otto gone. You did say that I could be a problem. Peter's put me under pressure. Don't want anyone else to sing this through, asshole. Peter's put me under pressure. See, this is putting the question as to, do you think Hannah might have done it? But the other option was you both wanted to kill Otto, or you both wanted Otto dead. What if I pushed that line of reasoning instead? You both want Otto gone. You could have lied to her. You just gonna confess to me? All she would have to do is pull or cut one rope, and all those bricks and stones go crashing down, and that's exactly how he died. Yeah, but we know Martin's story. Martin's fine. There's investigation here, but there wasn't investigation. A hunt up in the mountains. Oh, that's the actual investigation. With soldiers surrounding the town. A bit preoccupied by the imminent attack on the town. Yeah, see, up on his hill, he thinks himself too untouchable. Investigating Otto's murder. Hunt hardly seems appropriate or a cat. He claims. He claims he knows. But I do want to measure the man. The man who says I might be trouble. Gonna take me hunting out up in the mountains where no one would hear us, no one knows where I am at. Leave the boy behind. At least Paul gets to enjoy his art friends, so maybe this would be good for Caspar and Paul. If nothing else. And if need be, I've got Hannah and Guy. Just gotta pick which one to toss into the bus. If they look like ants to you, Leonard, is that where this is going to go? The entire town, you could pinch it in your fist. Also, is that the Baron's camp there with those tents and those fires? Get away, I got a crossbow! Can I keep this? Oh, it's really so bad? I like it. Maybe he's just too distracted. There's a lot going on for him right now. We've got until sunset. They're gonna be fine. If I can't find Otto's killer before then, you seem rather happy about the whole situation. He is. Here's the thing, though. The peasants all get slaughtered. Who's gonna get him grain? His mill is gonna be worthless. A pity we need the peasants to work them. While his friend Baltazar was making a mechanical peasant. Maybe it was Leonard. As much as I like Baltazar, because Leonard's an ass. Schultz is an ass. But Baltazar seems fine. He wants to help the peasants. Maybe he was convinced to keep his mouth shut. Why do you hate the peasants so much? Spoken like a true eugenicist. How'd you develop such contempt for them? So we got your father to blame for your twisted worldview? How do we dig up his father and put his father on trial as a true murderer? Okay, I've got to devote today to finding more evidence against Leonard. Given your contempt for them, surprised any peasant woman would lay with you? Where's the thing? They see as handsome. It's like Hannah. He's handsome. He's forthright. He's strong. How many men enjoy the fruit from your tree? Oh, he's possessive with Elsie? Okay, so we have got to woo Elsie. Dead within the day, huh? Did Otto have any dalliances? A strong ruler controls the land. Is that supposed to be the ecclesial responsibility, though? Current perils are temporary, but guy's embezzlement is forever because the game's logic broke. Just a moment to enjoy the view, but I already have. So, what about I'll tell you all I know about the murder, though? I thought you had stuff to tell me. A natural blind where nobody's going to find my body. Is this gonna be a minigame? Poor as in money-wise, while I was too beneath him, or poor as in he thought nothing of my art? It's interesting, didn't think much of you either. So it is a money sense. He didn't think much of me because I was poor, I was too close to a peasant. Now that I'm rich and a master, now he thinks he's my equal. Yeah, didn't his father make the mill? The mill of Theseus, with his fortune. Yeah, alright Leonard, you built something of yourself with your father's fortune. And clearly, the Duke's man has made that abundantly clear. Either the peasants will accept their lot in life, and the townsfolk get some concessions, or the peasants get steel and fire. That's just more look to Martin. They just want to toss Martin under the bus. So all this is getting me is that Leonard is a reprehensible man, and the more evidence I get on Leonard, the happier I'll be with an actual scapegoat. Is all the evidence I get today only going to point to Watto, though? How fortunate you were eating with Werner and Baltus when the murder happened. I gotta speak to Werner and Baltus during mealtime and have them slip something up. Oh, what a beauty. I don't like that he's right behind me. My bolt flashed for a second. Oh. Was I supposed to move the crossbow? Was I even able to? If I go back to main menu 8 minutes ago. Look, every other minigame, we actually got instructions on how the minigame is done. I got the achievement though for shooting the deer by not doing anything. You missed me by inches. Yeah. Yeah. Wins by doing absolutely nothing. The bolt flashed for like, it flashed like 3 times and then went off and then he said take the shot. What am I to do but take the shot? What a privilege, not getting my head blown off by my hunting partner. He's fine. He's gonna be bleeding in his pillow out of his ears from the ruptured eardrum. I got him on the toe, though. So who gets the kill? Easy enough to kill a dumb beast when it's helpless. I think he's totally talking about Otto right now. All Otto had to do was stand where he stood in front of the rat house, and the bricks came tumbling down. We never got the chance to investigate the rat house. What if there was a mechanical automaton whose function was to count time, and at a certain time of night, drops its knife down hard with weight onto a rope? He does, be it helpless deer or peasant women. You're a miller. You make flour. Miller with a gun. Still a miller. Leonard's got issues. Where am I going to find a long stick? That's impossible. And so while we were, while I'm supposed to be solving this murder, and the Duke's men are surrounding the peasants, I'm off going hunting, gutting a deer. We got nothing useful at Otto's death. I'm thinking about what he said about overpowering helpless beasts. Hey, Kaspar! Oh no, the diegetic music. This game is normally quiet. We got more music, because that's the Duke's military band, isn't it? I've got a couple of scapegoats in queue. I've got scapegoats in queue. If I can't get anything on Leonard, Who's at the rat house? Vanna invited me to dinner. I could with them both. The boss is invited. Hope won't be a problem. Should have expected, because I speak to everybody, to peg them all as suspects. What are we having? Is this a beans cake? Didn't need to meddle. Only help free Brother Piotr from false accusation. Brother Piotr falsely accused every right to meddle. The pursuit of truth may look like meddling to those uninterested in justice. No, the town was fine. Tassing loves me. It's Kersal that had trouble. Trouble for the town or trouble for you? What have we got? Pan forte, beef pottage, and a rabbit. Let's do the beef pottage. What's a pan forte? Pan forte. Pan forte. Traditional chewy Italian dessert with fruits and nuts. Similar to Florentine, but much thicker, like a Lebkuchen. Christmas tradition is served most especially with the province of Siena. Huh. Okay, start with the beef pottage. You know, the only trouble that I gave this doctor was giving him some sass, and that was it. Putin pottage. Ingenious, fascinating, remain silent, ingenious. Yeah, he did say he was on his way out, and here he is staying. Did he get anything out of Otto's body? We didn't get to perform the autopsy this time. Odd for a doctor to be uncomfortable with the topic. Vanna, tell us what you surmised from the inspection. Ah, we'll drift into this gently. Yeah, just some gossip. Just some dinner gossip. Tell us about the autopsy. To a mountainside, Leonardo. Rabbit next. I forgot Kaspar was here. He's invented the Wheel of Fortune. He sounded very theoretical. Didn't know a doctor and inventor would care. The only way forward, to forward the Wheel of Fortune starting yourself. They didn't know a doctor and inventor would care. And that's as far as he looks into politics. How is this going to affect him personally? Is it not? Doesn't care then. Is it going to affect his supply line? Is it good for Baltazar's economy? Whatever happens, God prevails. Lives at stake, you're not taking it seriously enough. This isn't theoretical. Otto is dead and there's a murderer on the loose. You're not taking this very seriously. A man's murder is just dinner conversation, but his autopsy isn't. Alright, I got nothing out of this but the Panforte. These are the, these seem to be the least important people I could have talked to. Caspar Ramesses in Praise of Folly. New astronomical study. Commentarilius. Areolus. Copernicus Fellow. Rumors say he's working on something big. A new printing of Discorides. De Materia Medica. Finally got hands on. First century botanist and physician. Seems a bit out of date. Anything current. The current one is by Copernicus, I'd imagine. Alright, even though most of the world by this point realized that the Earth goes around the Sun, in the obscure peninsula on the Asian supercontinent, that little tiny inching of Europe, they still believe in geocentrism. Novel idea, the Sun is the center of the universe. Somehow changes medicine. I got absolutely nothing from this. If I go to main menu, how far back am I? 7 minutes ago. This was worthless. I was hoping that maybe if I ate with them, I might get something useful. But who's my other options? I'm totally gonna take advantage of this autosave now. We could eat with Ava. Maybe Ava knows something. I don't think we could get anything used out of Leonard. Leonard is too keeping things close to his chest. Maybe Ava might be able to tell us about some conflicts Otto had. Might produce a note that Otto might have had. Maybe if I eat at the Golden Hand Inn, I might get something to crack through Hannah. Zimmermans are one over. I think I do want to buy people around the Golden Hand of the Afternoon, though, for the next step of my investigation. Eat with Ava or eat with Leonard? That's where it goes down to me now. Let's be nice, let's see with the Widow. If I'm not gonna get anything regardless, at least we'll do a kindness. One step at a time until we finally came to know the day that human exceptionalism might not be the best idea. Man, any amount of knowledge would, or should disavow one of that. Like, ultimately, we're just any other animal that was on this planet. We simply had absolute luck in getting the right amount of biological, somatic, and cultural evolutions at the right amount of time. Upright, opposable thumb users in a social species that just so happened to master fire. That is luck, and a few near extinction events along the way. We'll eat with the widow. Oh, little oats! What if it turns out that Otto's death was purely an accident, and there was nobody to blame? Happy to keep you company, certainly other one could come visit. Eat our sorrow together. Happy to keep you company, Eva. Not even the knowledge. Anyone takes the Bible literally. Thinks the road is flat. Man, that's the wild thing. Like, most of the major Christian religions even acknowledge that so much in the Bible is figurative and allegorical. So anyone who goes like, well, it says in black and white that it was 6 days or 7 days or whatever, that already comes at a point of kind of some suspicion, since, I mean, we all know that the Bible isn't absolute in the sense that people have built up on it over generations. What books are included or not included basically taken to a vote across the centuries. So, regardless of whether or not one ascribes holiness or religious significance to it, there's a lot of things you gotta ignore to take it at completely face value. Like Job, if you take it at face value, then apparently God and Satan gamble with the lives of mortals to see, hey, are they going to be righteous and justice after all? When obviously you got like an allegorical story. You know, using the power of main menu and autosaves, we could dine with everyone around town till we find the one we like. Would you like me to pray? Protect Eva and Oath at the trying time. Receive Otto's soul into your kingdom. Help me and Kaspar find the killer. Watch over everyone in Tassing and Kirsal that no one else comes to harm. Could I squeeze all of it into my prayer? That wasn't a problem, but you're sure that adapting to our knowledge would have been so hard? Human ego? Basically the human ego. The trouble often isn't the knowledge, but the structures of power. Like, even today, people today say that, oh, science has a left-leaning bias or whatever. But it's been remarkably conservative. So much of the history of science has been, if it's not coming from an Ivy League institution, then everything you know isn't valid until somebody else from our rich institution looks at it. And so, like, throughout the 20th century, it had paradigm shifts or less jumps of inspiration and more decades of trying to pry the jaws of institution open to recognize that, hey, women have things to say, indigenous folks have things to say. There are actually very special and valid forms of knowledge and things that we're just looking over, or not looking over, completely overlooking. And either it's not benefiting the right people, so we ignore it, or it's not benefiting the right people, so we take it away from those who have that knowledge to benefit somebody else crush others underfoot. And so, you know, that's part of why there's some suspicion today. Like most anti-vax stuff, absolute garbage. With some populations, you do have the history of, oh, they used us as guinea pigs. They straight up gave us these viruses to see what would happen to us. We're not going to trust what goes on here. Because when you get power into the mix, and embedded institutional powers into the mix, it doesn't get pleasant for anyone, be it university knowledge, biblical knowledge, whatever else. I'm going to say, receive auto-soul into your kingdom. Otto was a good man, deserved to see his killer brought to justice. Can't let the brothers suffer at the hands of a mob your husband's death when the avid citizen. Me to do what I can to prevent Peter from inciting more violence. That's ultimately what it is right now. Now I gotta find myself a scapegoat. Is what gotta happen. You'd be okay with the conspiracy of COVID being intentionally released, which I'm pretty sure wasn't the case. To scare the ever-living hell out of anti-vaxxers and point out to ourselves the flaws of our supply chain? I don't know. I don't know about that, because for most of the anti-vaxxers, it's not a haha funny thing. They're not being scared straight. They're doing active harm to others. The reason that we're like how many years into this with a very evolved virus and not just hunker down for 6 months, go lean for a bit, and starve it out is because of that sentiment. That's like a tangible consequence of the anti-vax movement. I know it's hard. I have limited time to figure this out, you know, say nothing. I know it's hard. What have we got? Rye, fidge and bread pottage. We'll break bread. Eat the pottage. Scoop up the rest with the bread. They got 2 breads at the carpenter. She married up. She went from a family that could scarcely afford bread for her guests to having an entire loaf. Some dude, you read about it? You could have someone about to die asking for the vaccine. They'd be told it was too late. Then they would die. And their family would finally smart enough. Here's the thing. There were so many stories about that early in the pandemic that by the first year I was already numb to it. An entire year. And they were still doing the I didn't know it was for real. It's too late for me now. Don't follow my footsteps, get vaccinated. One, the whole year of that happening over and over again. And they didn't care. They didn't learn. They kept repeating the exact same song. And beyond that point, they stopped caring. Because either, oh, I had the COVID. And it was mild for me, it was just the flu. Or, yeah, sure. My grandpa died and my aunt died. But it was every other excuse. It's the liberal scientists trying to blame it on the COVID. You know? They got their own mental gymnastics going on. If they would have learned from their family dying in their own close calls, they would have learned. It is simply a pathological, complete disregard for anybody else, let alone themselves. Others in town resented Otto. bothered her father. It took enforced and inheritance law to get Otto to our side. So Otto's just a face, but this sentiment was here before Otto too. Her father being the fireman Peter. And now it is Martins, or fake Martin. Doesn't affect you after you married Otto. That is still her family. That is still her father, her sister, her brother, her little niece Ursula. Niece or sister? I can't tell. I'm pretty sure Peter remarried at some point, I think. And even if it wasn't her family, that's her community. That's the people she relies on, and they rely on her. Taxes and restrictions apply to everyone equally? Not exactly, because some don't make as well as the townsfolk. Maybe next pandemic we can go full on. Say sure it could be a conspiracy. And you're gonna have it to stay at home? Man, I have no idea. I doubt that, Chillin' Chum. When you deal with those who get into the conspiracy aspect of things, they're already beyond reason. They are looking into a fantasy world in which they are constant victims at the hand of some of them, be it the liberals, or the Jews, or the Chinese, or the whatnot. The specter of the SJWs trying to inject the homosexuality into the children's blah-de-blah-de-blah. There's no working with them. It is a mind virus. If making a virus that intentionally kills anti-vaxxers is a no-go, not even necessary. Literally not even necessary because they're anti-vaxxers. They're going to infect themselves. I'm pretty sure a few of them did have deliberate, like, measles parties, but for COVID. And they were going around SoCal and elsewhere, maskless in stores during the height of the early years, chanting, spitting, yelling, spreading the filth out of their mouths around. Can we get better deeds? Opposition initially? Do you think Otto took things too far? I don't think so. Otto was being on the side of peaceful resistance. He wanted change, but he didn't want to take it too violent. But was there opposition? Also, even if it was only targeting anti-vaxxers Chillin' Chum, that's still biological warfare, and biological warfare, be it on other people or your own, is kind of a no-no, you know? I mean, it's bad enough that the conspiracy types and anti-vaxxers are pushing the, oh, it was a lab, we were attacked, it was a biological attack that escaped from a lab, and all the baggage associated with that. If they actually knew that this hypothetical virus of your own was absolutely meant to target them. Oh, man. Cottage time. Of course, Ava, thank you. So, we got little else from this too, but at least we're doing a kindness for the widow. And Andreas was not looking forward to his trip home anyway. Pleasant until then. It was nice to see Tassing and Curacao again. Mixed feelings about Nuremberg, things difficult at home. Nothing good awaits me in Nuremberg, an unhappy wife, a commission I don't want to complete. And then what, they tried to live again? Claim the villain would be acceptable in your eyes if it was for the right reasons? But again, biological warfare. And on your own population, I'm pretty sure that makes it biological terrorism. I'm not sure anyone's gonna be supportive of that, except for the ones... Like, let's put it this way. The ones who would be supportive of biological terrorism to change the minds of the population aren't the ones on our side in the first place. And now that he's a master with the workshop, all the other apprentices get to do the work for him, and it's his signature on the bottom. He got married, he lost a son to plague, skill increased, wealth and fame increased, but nothing he makes of any importance. Success happened. He makes art for nobles, merchants, and bankers. His only interest is vainglory. Lost touch with something, Ava. Don't even know why I do this anymore. I think we'd have gotten this answer regardless. You really think so? What do you mean? Nonsense. Venice, Paris, London, Krakow. Or you know, everyone rich enough to afford art in every market. Dang, he is loaded then. You really think so? Your Daisy question whether you believe in certain other people having rights though. It's a dangerous argument, Chillinchum. Again, the only ones who truly believe that are those who aren't exactly on our side in the first place. Peoples? All peoples do deserve their rights, that is fundamental. Often when it comes to like, certain people don't deserve their rights, the people saying that are taking that away from people like me, who might be some primitive little monkey from the islands, or some kind of other minority, or what have you. It's kind of fundamental that we give equal rights to those, even they're reprehensible. It's kind of why things like restoring rights to felons who've been convicted and had their rights stripped away is so important. Just because somebody has a bad background doesn't mean that they aren't due their own human rights and dignities. I get it though, you're not arguing for or anything. You just have your own state of mind and I get that. It's just often important to be reminded why we don't usually give in to that voice in our head. Ava seems to care. What do you think? Maybe. It's a bit grim now that her husband just died. But she and Andreas shared some rapport before. Maybe when her grieving is done. If Andreas is so unhappy in Nuremberg and he has good memories here in Tassing, apart from the murders, he could settle down here. Wish it were that easy, I really do. Oh, little oops! Do you want Andreas to carry Utz for a bit? Well, we got nothing for the murders from that, but at least we got to spend some time with a good friend. And Andreas got some free therapy. At the end of the day, you just want justice for all? Same chum that we could agree on? Or for all humans to be extinct? Not same chum, that much I don't agree on. Gotta consider with that right, that you're punishing not just the people culpable for hardships across the world in history, but also the people that have been suffering by it. You call it egalitarian, but the full extinction for all punishes the victim and the culpable at the same time. Which, in that way, is no justice at all. So Vespers is sundown, I think, so I got until Vespers. Jill is here. Has Jill seen anything? Jill has not. Could I follow these sloppy trumpets anywhere? All I got now. We've done the hunting. So we gotta listen to confessions for this afternoon. Oh, you know what? What if whoever's gonna come to confession would deliberately not go in the morning because everyone else is going to be there? Too many witnesses. What if he comes in the afternoon? And we've also spoken to Leonard, so maybe Hannah's going to open up. Now that we have Leonard's words, that she was just some easy thing to play with. And she's risking her marriage over a man who doesn't care about her. Talking about the aqueduct, not hard to figure out, doesn't matter. Lie about Nico knowing. Why did you do it? And I can't use my conversation with Leonard? Nah. We still can't do anything with this. Your dad went to jail for possession, distribution of CP, by the way. Sorry to hear that, Chillin' Show. Just the other day, went on a parole again. Suppose we'll see then. It's afternoon, but are they still doing confessions? It's the day after St. John Day by now. Priority to locals. But I could wait a few hours. See, here's the thing. I would have to eavesdrop somehow. And not get caught. And I would need the murderer or accomplice to admit to something. Maybe the accomplice. Maybe there's an accomplice who's going to confess to something. And I gotta follow them to get more answers. You're fine though, just has it affecting how you think. Your brother is saying he's gonna make him fess up to anything if he's going to help him anymore. I suppose that's fair enough, Chillin' Chum? Man, I've only got time for one thing. Drinks with the Pilgrim or confessions in town. For your part, just to wonder why he's done so many dumb things over the I can't possibly get into his head, so I have no idea. I suppose that, I don't suppose anything. Sorry to hear and best of luck with that. Let's do confessions. Pat has been spooked. Letter describes as hysterical. Maybe she might come in. No booth or anything, just out in the open. No pews or anything with little kneeling things to rest on. Translating for me. Bugs you, that he's done very wrong things he could have done in smarter ways. Also bugs you when you think about how he is as a person reflects on who you are. Does it though? There's not exactly sins the fault is going on here. He's his own person and you're your own person. You all are separate. Also, everybody could hear these confessions. There is no way that anybody's going to confess out loud. Thomas helping him out. This was, oh my goodness, he got an entire speech! How about just a quick and simple, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. It has been since Easter, since my last confession." Through my own words. Oh, that's not a sin. That's not a sin fault. Aw, Kaspar. Kaspar, no eavesdropping! You're not wrong. But you're autistic and face lots of anxiety and have power fantasies and at least 3 lowly columns that have questioned if you're one too. I mean, the good news is at least that if you're questioning and you recognize that some things might not be appropriate or good, that sounds like you have enough presence of mind to self-introspect, to analyze yourself. And also when it comes to like art and fan art, right? Sometimes you can't really help that certain artists or certain communities prefer to draw towards certain things, but at least there is a wealth of art out there. So there's always plenty of other stuff to glance at. Impure thoughts about a girl. Oh, Paul is growing up! You're not sure if he self-introspects? Who knows? I know my dad wasn't one for self-introspection. The closest thing he would get to self-introspection is all these mean things people say about me. Why do they hate me so much? Why are they wrong? You know, with that old narcissistic bent? You could be his absolute best friend, but the moment you criticize him once, it's not... He's literally the "am I wrong? No, it's the children who are wrong" meme. So who knows if that's a generational thing, or all the lead that they had and everything back then. Could we go up and whisper, or go light a candle? Kaspar, go light a candle. I probably only have a few opportunities to try this. You're going to see me light a candle, or Kaspar light a candle. And they're gonna keep mum. Oh, that's it. That's not too important. Since his father is Leonard, I was kind of hoping that he might have had some awareness of what went on that night. You know, the Simpsons meme, Principal Skinner. Am I the one that's wrong? No, it's the children who are wrong. Avoid the temptation to think about girls. Father Thomas, I have taken your words to heart, and now I only have carnal thoughts about boys. Getting off light, not too many prayers. Oh, it is translating. Absolve you from every bond of excommunication and interdict. Dang. Confession's powerful? Where's the translation? Translation. No translation? Aw, okay. Oh, there it is. And then to have Kaspar light a candle every single time. Which is nothing new. We squandered the candle. You still have that Rabbi Ribby song stuck in your head? Unfortunately, I wasn't able to catch too much of MP83's Rabbi Ribbies. So I'm not sure which song it is. Is that Hetty? No, it's Gret. Not sinful to disagree with your husband, so already a step up above Jehovah's Witnesses. Not exactly, Father Thomas. Not the way things have always been. If you speak to the townsfolk, they clearly had a way before the abbot's rule. Tell us more then, Padre, about changing a people's way of life and playing with fire, because that's exactly what the Abbey's been doing. Again, I forget who Ulrich is. Thought Otto's death might shock the peasants, huh? What if? He hears all their confessions. He hears all their confessions. What if Father Thomas is a thread puller after all? He knows the confessions in town and in the Abbey. So maybe if somebody... I'll make a tab of this and listen to this after stream then. Chill and show. Or DM on Discord, either way, that works out too. What if Father Thomas sees himself as some kind of avatar of justice? And he uses the ruins to go back and forth between the forest and the abbey to plant notes and to push people into action. And maybe he arranged for Otto's death, hoping that this revolt would dissipate, and what he witnessed in the other towns with Sister Amelie would not repeat here. But what he's actually done is remove the voice of moderation. Gret could have killed a mouse, much less a man. It's something special. How's your approval? The song you be in? You played violin and French horn growing up. Ooh, congrats. Musically inclined chillin' shop. The old GF used to play violin too, and that's basically the only anecdote that I have to relate to that. I'm not sure how good she was though, since she wasn't very much up on those studies. She was more into her physical art, or visual art, I mean. So as far as I know, we're mostly slacking on it. Two Hail Marys and one Our Father. So easy. Father Thomas dishing out the easy punishments? Patience, Caspar! It's just our luck that the killer had no conscience, but you know what? We got the confession of the boy. Maybe we could use that to get Hannah's points up. We'll have to listen to everybody. Patience, Caspar. We can't pick who comes to confession, maybe not. Want me to go out, tell everyone we're eavesdropping on confessions, please come up with solve the murder. We can't pick who comes. Stole things during St. John's Eve? What if Anna stole something from the rat house? And that thing she stole was a thing that kept the scaffolding in place or whatever. Candle from oh, poor Agnes! The midwife Agnes! Cup from Johann Bauer. Oh no, letter from Martin Bauer's house. Ink was a pretty color. She's got something. She's got one of the notes. No, Caspar, this is important. Pretty ink. Just like every other note. Yes, the thread pillery gets it. At the Aldens. Is part of her penance, child. Five Hail Marys and Our Fathers. Now he's going heavy. In other news, you spent your 3-hour trip home yesterday writing a story of some sort. Ooh, productive, nice. Good use of your time and creativity, Chum. Where's Stoles? Stoles was here before, and now he's gone. With your late brother's wife. Well, that's your late brother, you're allowed to, that's biblical. If your brother leaves a widow, you take her into your household. And marry her. It happens. That was unexpected. 3rd year in a row. Yeah, it's tradition by now. Smokey said as much. Going to be smut, but the more and more you think it through, the less and less it looks like smut. Might still do it, but gonna be a wholesome relationship sort of thing. Ooh. I think people actually dig that. Wholesome relationship smut. Caspar, go light a candle. Caspar twice in a row. Oh, I knew it! I knew it! I suggested he lights a candle for his family in Salzburg. He knows, and that's it. That's the last time I can do it. I gotta light them myself now. Don't bring St. John into this! 5 decades of Hail Marys! And don't forget the Our Fathers! I got nothing from that. I used up my final Caspar allowance. But we got some comedy out of it. Confession Fenning. Common law value of silver coins. Okay. Oh yeah, because Martin Luther's still new, so they're still doing, like, indulgences, I guess, for the sins. What if Michio of Harem and Dungeon of the World never saw that one? These days, right. I got a few, what do you call it? Isekais that I do enjoy, but these days, I become one of those people where if I look at the new stuff and I see, oh, it's an isekai, I completely gloss over it. Please don't let it come to that. You're dipping your toes in the genre, but you've been happy with what you watch? I'm sure there's some good stuff. Some good stuff, some trash as you say, and some good trash too. I just had plenty. My plate is full with isekais. I'll take some more ReZero. I'll take some more Log Horizon. I would love some more Isekai Nobu. And that fills up my plate. That's it. That's it. We didn't really get anything then. So maybe I should have simply paid for everybody's drinks at the inn. If we move right to the confession. But make it a good confession. Start with the brothels and the drinking. Is he still at it? That was his origin partying in Italy. But did that become so foundational that even after he was married, he kept it up? If I could accept the premise, actually quite wholesome, I believe it. Like, I'm a huge enjoyer of Ancient Magus Bride. But its initial premise, in that it starts with, like, teenager Chise being sold off to a 300-year-old magus to become her bride, puts people off immediately. Because they think, oh no, this is so troubling, this is a teenager being forced into slavedom to become the wife of this ancient magus, literally in the title. But it turns out he's a non-human entity that's basically of a childlike mentality despite everything else, and he doesn't quite understand humanity, and so he thinks, from the adults that have raised him and that he's seen in his life, that the wife is a term that he needs for an apprentice. And so it turns out that there's actually so much wholesome going into it, despite the initial premise and everything else. And it's as much Elias learning from Chise as it is Chise learning from Elias. And she becomes a strong person in her own right, very independent. He becomes a bit more aware of how humans work, as a non-human entity himself. So when you get past the initial, oh my goodness, this concept, there's tons of heart inside of it. As opposed to something like Made in Abyss that starts off interesting enough, but the more you delve in, the more you realize that no, this author, this mangaka, is gonna be arrested for his research material someday. Because every chapter, after every chapter, he just finds more and more ways to fetishize these children and everything else. All the cool world building, all the potential is just an excuse. Ugh. And I gave that one so many chances. Even in Barcelona, always going to the brothels. Lonely. It's fun. In his youth, I think in his youth before he was married, certainly he was having his fun. He was a young guy in Italy, in Venice, in Milan. But he's older. I think he's escaping stuff. He's got problems at home. Maybe it's not so much the fun or the habit, but trying to fill that hole in his heart. Yes, father, my wife. I don't know, father. Only 3 Hail Marys and 2 Our Fathers for pathological brothelry. Father Thomas issues out the light punishments. Kaspar's got that bored leg going on, he's fidgety. Maybe if I didn't use up my 2 Kaspar allowances, we would have been able to overhear the others. Yes, let's do that. Let's do our penance now. After I come back from the bathroom. Because that confession, those confessions took longer than I expected, so I've got to go. I gotta make myself more tea. And when I come back, we'll see if we have time. It's gotta be Vespers by then, that's sunset. We might have to go immediately to doing the thing. Or, if they give us time, there's a few extra leads, maybe the confession gets us to Hannah. Maybe we can get the Martin thing, but the Martin thing is just going to be the proof that Martin is in March. We know that already. But we'll delve on that one in return. Alright, fulfilling my penance has been complete. Let's see. Oh my goodness, little Kaspar has taken a nap. Is this a minigame? Let's start with the Hail Marys. I actually have to get him the prayers. 2 more. Final Hail Mary. Oh, I thought it was gonna make me have the choice between the two, and I could do too much, or the wrong order, or whatever. At least if we end up failing in this and having the entire town torched with us in it, at least our soul is gonna be clean first. Achievement unlock the penitent man. Do my penance. And they don't even have pews here. He had no place to sit. Just right on the floor. Oh, and oh! Emily wants to talk to me. Maybe this is good after all. If we get more of her stuff. God makes soul service known to all who are in heaven. The spirit's more close apart. Good. She likes these answers, so I'll keep giving her those. For your attempt at concept, trying to figure the MC drags his feet about before, during consulting on bullying someone, finally still being unsure. Even as he holds his bought girl in his arms, would seem okay with whatever he wants to do. This sounds familiar too, like I think I've heard a few concepts similar to this, I think. But can't recall where. She knows. Kaspar confirmed it. Were you? I'm gonna be forthcoming. Emily is a bro with us. Hoping to learn something about Otto Zimmerman's murder. Did you hear something we missed then? Someone else's confession the other day. Yeah, the monks also tell their confessions to him. Wouldn't the... Oh, but this is something that the abbot couldn't be confessed to. It's about the embezzlements. Okay, so Father Thomas isn't the Abbey's regular confessor then. Unsurprising. Otto confronted him about... Maybe I should have done the confessions earlier then, because I have this to confront with Guy as well. And maybe we get part 2 and looking at his notes. What might make it different is if you put it in the 17th and 19th centuries fantasy world like in the middle of an exploration. Probable colonialism, unfortunately. Oh, don't worry, I'm not gonna like fly the handle at you. There is plenty for me to get my claws into in the real world today. Prove the Abbey was hoarding money one way or another. So again, this is more and more where we could pin on Guy. Thank you, sister. Do we can to see Gaia's misdeeds come to light. But it's Vespers time now. Is Vespers the sunset deadline? Or do I have until after Vespers? But we got no time, though. I think we're totally out of time, aren't we? Everybody's waiting to hear evidence now. So it's too late then. I should have done this in the morning. Could I quickly return to the meadow? Is Hannah still here? There's lots of people here. If I can't get anything to Hannah now, I'm gonna give up on her. I think if I do it like that, it skips the does my husband know. And I need the does my husband know so I could lie to her. And get a couple of brownie points. It's still not gonna be enough. And even getting it out of the confession isn't going to get any more points. Does Nico know life or no? And that gets me the exact same place. So, I can't do anything with her. She does have dark hair though and isn't a brother. So, there's probably something else I was missing. Maybe if we went to dinner with her. Probably could have gotten the points up enough to get her side of things. And possibly implicate Leonard. Okay, we could use Sister Amelie. And the ledger! So there's a very strict order of operations. I'm gonna write this down then. For Guy, it has to be Hut, Confessions, Ledger. And now he's going to remember. Don't have to tell anyone, but we were already told Father Garneau. Quarter of the money once we get out of this. I'm a rich man already. I've got a workshop, I could travel the world. What do you plan on doing with all the money? Yeah, and that gets us back to here. You're a bastard but not stupid. Again! See, that's the second time that happens. It shows us a note very, very briefly. "13 seconds ago. There's something breaking with this guy. He calls me an asshole, and then shows me a note, and then it breaks. And I can't tell Garneau anything. And because it's already autosaved, I can't go back and see what other options do what. But I've already told Father Garneau whether or not the game remembers it, so maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Something with guys busted. And I can't quite discern what it is. I guess I could check the Albans' house and steal the notes that the little kid might have had. Yeah, we heard your confession. We could keep a secret, child. She can't read it herself. Without the purple ink was pretty. He knows who you are now. He won't stop. The rat house. After St. John's fire. You know what? It really might have been Martin then. Multiple people have got to notes. Multiple people have got to notes as a thing, though. She could hear your inverted commas. But that doesn't immediately mean that Martin did the killing. Suggested Otto knew who Martin was at the place and time where Otto was murdered. I wish the game didn't break on Guy though. I want to see Guy's note. Guy obviously has a note, but something about the note. It's something about Guy is broken. And when it gets to that part, it just goes all twisty-wisty. Confessed to Father Thomas was embezzling money. If I could find any more evidence of Guy's misdeeds, but I can't. Because Guy's broke. Guy's got lots of misdeeds, but he's broken. Okay, what are the terms of the stipulation? The miller is done. Points towards Martin Bauer as a murderer. The miller pals so many women in town. Maybe he knows everyone's secrets, but he doesn't print though, he mills. Where's the last 54 seconds? Let me quickly see Let me quickly see if I could dine with anybody over Vespers. There's no eating. There's no eating with anybody. Okay, let's go face the music then. Is there an option for I've investigated everyone, and it was a tragic accident that nobody could foresee? They're putting a whole lot of faith into me. All eyes turn to Andreas. Find the culprit, what I've been doing, and a hunt of the mountain. I'll tell you so that justice could be served, not to fulfill revenge. I didn't lie 7 years. Yeah, we kind of did, though. So justice could be served, not for revenge. Ulrich, you're speaking truths, buddy. Is the rest of the crowd gonna believe that? No. They're a lynch mob and they want blood. I just gotta tell them whose blood to draw. Aww, good on Rachel. Congratulations, you finally made it through. Delaying evermore. Oh, look at the little baby. Sorry. Look at the little baby. With its big melon head. Just in time for the Duke's men to invade. Even Stolz and the Inventor are here. Oh, no hand-to-hand touch with the children. Drucker, what you talking about, Klaus? Is there a final confession? Or you just don't want any more insightful violence? You've lost your own wife and child. There's a new baby in town. You just want to care for everybody. Klaus, we can't back down. Stressful time. Making the right decision, Klaus. The townsfolk are getting concessions from the Duke. Yeah? That's a start. And now that we've exposed all of Brother Guy's secrets and embezzling, there's hope. The abbot has seen how far the peasants and the townsfolk are willing to go if he pushes too hard. And if Brother Guy's embezzling stops, his Brother Guy somehow stops, then everybody else could renegotiate everything else. Maybe he's right. Violence is the answer. Oh, have you done it? Have you broken the mob, Peter? Peter! It's not about giving up. It's a tactical retreat. It's turtling up. It's enough for now. We'll negotiate with the abbot after he's released. Maybe enough to approach the Duke's soldiers if you let the abbot go. Soldiers of the abbot won't listen, we should do this ourselves. Look, I'm gonna confess something here. We've got... hindsight on our side here. And there were lots and lots of uprisings going on in the German Peasants' War in this era. And none of it went well for the peasants. We're talking 100,000 killed total, maybe 300, what was it, 100,000 killed or 300,000? Yeah, slaughtered up to 100,000 of the 300,000 poorly armed peasants and farmers. So maybe I don't want them to pick up their pitchforks, these peasants and townies, and go after the Duke of Bavaria's men. Nobles, mercenaries, trained soldiers, them all. They'll turtle up. They'll accept concessions on access to the woods and the death tax. And from there we can negotiate with the abbot for more. You're actually a bit unsure of ideas, Chilin-chan? Leave it as a not-so-short story, but... if you have the choice given on a short visual novel in this sort of fantasy, you wouldn't want to see your problems addressed, not writing comedy. Well, that's the cool thing about writing, isn't it? Like, lots of big projects start off as like small short stories or collections of short stories. So you have the benefit of being able to write so many different things, seeing what sticks, what has potential. Like, it's good to have big projects, but even having smaller writing exercises or shorter stories or whatnot, give room to experiment and realize what you feel actually has a chance of being a good, bigger project of its own merit, or to build towards something else. Peter does have it rougher than the townies. Are we not going to get through to them? Continue outside. Leave Rachel and the baby bee at least. The baby bee. Complinate time is gonna be too late. 6 V's major. A name, or the monks can burn with their precious books. This is just some throwaway. Either you write it purely for yourself, or allow people to rant a bit about it, what they dislike about the various concepts used, and do something different. That's a good plan. That's a solid plan in of itself. Your main story is about writing. Main story is about writing about how you see things, but present it to the world. Okay, alright. This one's different. Mommy the culprit won't give you any concessions. Give the murderer to the Duke's men instead. You let them go, you won't hurt them. Mommy the culprit won't give any concessions. Will he be willing to give the murderer to the Duke's men? I have conditions. Enough innocent blood has already been spilled at Caspar. Leave before things get any worse. Okay. Let's have Caspar get out of this. I don't know what's going to happen to me, but the boy has to be safe. I had no choice, Caspar. It was let you leave, or let you leave, diplomatically. Oh no! Oh no! I was too kind a master! Encouraged Caspar to learn from my mistakes as an artist, showed concern for Caspar, cared for Caspar, reassured Caspar. He doesn't want to leave my side, I was too good for him. If I want to read it, what would I want to read? Here's the thing though, I have no idea what your world or universe is like with these stories, so I wouldn't even know what to fit. Plus there's also your experiences and worldviews and how that interprets in your written world. So I think if you're asking me, what I would want to see is what's in your head. And from there, I can take your world and I can take your experiences molded into your world. And then as a reader, my own experiences and eyeballs would grind against that and form some friction. And from there, I think, is the only time I could safely say, hey, this is good. This, I'm kind of iffy on. And bring an outside perspective, you know? At least that's my way of seeing it. I can't convince Caspar to leave Tassing, though. Failed. So, my options are to be cruel and cold to Caspar. And then he won't care about me, and he'll happily leave. Or if I'm kind to him, there's no way he's leaving my side. So maybe failures aren't always bad. This is just a story. The story is of a good bond because he's kind of our surrogate son now, not just apprentice. We've been a good father figure to him. Will he listen? Will he? He's still going. Well, so of course, Caspar, if we come out of this alive, we'll teach you. Of course, Caspar. I'll be right behind you. Martin, Hannah, Guy has 6 stuff. Hannah's only got 2. Glad someone killed Otto, because of the uprising would have threatened the pilgrims visiting the shrine. A note he found on the floor, clearly from the thread puller. Otto was going to destroy the abbey and the hand of Saint Moritz. A suspect to rally the mob against. There's Martine. Is actually Jobst father. Much preferred Jobst as a husband. Evidence is clear, Martin is a fake. Johann Bauer doesn't think the man calling himself Martin is his nephew. And the Martin did get a note. Suggested Otto knew who Martin was. And stated the time and place where Otto was murdered. That note is a smoking gun. There's Guy. Double bookkeeping method, meticulous records. The necromancy rituals he couldn't do anything with. Fresh lemons. Used from visible ink. Deposits making to Fugger Bank in Augsburg. Stealing from the Abbey. We got Sister Margaret identifying Brother Guy. We had the Gouldens, the rings, the other jewels that he was hiding in the herb hut. And Guy's confession. We are picking who dies again. I wish Guy wasn't broken though, cause twice we would have seen Guy's note. But it broke. It broke immediately as soon as it showed us. So I wish I knew what his note said. If his note implicates that he was going to be exposed for his embezzlement if he didn't kill at the right time and place. Anna also got a note, but all her note said was Otto was going to destroy the Abbey in the hand of St. Moritz. Motive? But is it enough? Martin I didn't want to believe at all. Clearly he's just Faber, but his new family's very happy with him. He's a hard worker, he cares for the family, he's fine. Except that his note gave the time and place where Otto was murdered. So he didn't just have motive, but that pins him exactly to where it happened. Unless this thread pulled is pulling threads with me and they know that I'm going to find all these notes. And if I find a note that says Otto, that said that Martin would have been the time and place where Otto died, but that would implicate Martin. Because that's the only thing going against Martin. Just that he's an imposter. But that doesn't have to mean he's a murderer. I think it's Guy. But the trouble for me now is I want negotiations with the Abbey. If the abbot is released, having seen what pressures on the peasants and townfolks does, and if the embezzler is gone, maybe the abbot will have reason to lower the taxes and the pressures, since that embezzlement isn't going to occur anymore. But then that's 2 monks that I'd have sacrificed to the mob. And the last time the abbot said that he wants to handle this himself. Sure, Frederick might have been a heretic, but that was his business to handle, not my own. Will we be able to negotiate if I keep taking monks away? I'm sure they get more monks. They've recently brought Lucas and the other guy I keep forgetting. But if we lynch one of the monks, is the Duke's men going to slaughter the entire town? They want to make sure the abbot is alright. Let's send Guy in. Sorry, Guy. We found tons and tons of evidence. Or sorry, Martin. See, here's the thing. Tassing loves me. But if I send Martin away, Veronica's gonna be upset. Brigitte is gonna be upset. That'll play into Leonard's hands. I don't like Leonard. I'm gonna go the non-Leonard answer. I'm gonna go with the evidence I have on hand. Achievement unlocked. The embezzler and a skeletal brother Guy as the achievement icon. I'm just going straight after monks. I've taken your monks. Pray don't go further in taking more. He's losing all his monkeys! small fortune coming from the peasants, from the townfolk, from the pilgrims that could have helped the peasants, the townsfolks. Okay, he's promising he won't touch the others. Guy running out of the church just now. Ah! Towards Leonard's mill. Of course he'd be. But how about we have somebody stay behind? And let's... Oh no, Leonard's got his gun. And Leonard's protecting Guy. Who's gonna get the shot? Alright, let's stay away from his mill and burn the house down. Where am I? Where's Andreas? Where are you? All the way at the bottom left. You're an asshole, Leonard. You always had the wrong ideas about the peasants. I never agreed with you. Just give us a murderer, Leonard. Don't make things worse. I don't want to be wrapped up in this. The peasants forced my hands. You're an asshole, Leonard. Else, where's Else? Oh, the inside. Is that them? Is that poor Else and Paul inside the mill through the windows? Okay, where's Paul? There's Paul. And there's Guy. Quick, someone get Guy! Put your foot in the door! Good Paul! Good Paul! Take your mom, run off, be an artist. You know, his back is turned. If you guys want to rush the door, toss some torches up there or something. Oh, narcissists. Oh, he's got his gun back. He's got it trained on Peter. Sorry, Guy. Guy, if you didn't want me to blame you, you should have showed us that note. The game shouldn't have bugged out on you. Otherwise, I might have found some evidence on somebody else. Is he? He never got to tell us his side, because even though we had the points to get him to tell us, the game would break. So there's nothing I could do. Just more stuff to try for round 2 then. Put all these notes into practice. So if there's anything Christian and Leonard. Below, is that doesn't his even speak her name? Oh. Then shooting. Oh my goodness, Leonard, you went for the only man here, keeping you alive tonight. The one voice speaking for reason and non-violence. And they've all seen it. We got nothing but witnesses now. It's a good thing to use that flammable stone. But it's okay, right? The abbot got to go free, so we fulfilled our end of the bargain. You're right, let's go. If we don't get the abbot out, we won't be able to stop the soldiers. It's not the soldiers hurting anyone. But no, Peter's good. They got their blood. Let's go. Weren't able to pin the crime on Leonard, but at least Leonard got his due regardless. After Guy ran out, he's got to understand the implication. Why is Stoles here? And I never got Edic's testimony. We got him his medicine, but he was never well enough to tell us about that presence. Yeah, you got your blood. Now, unless they want the rest of the town and the peasants to be slaughtered, don't say you lied. If you want the twofer, we got 2 murderers for the 2 dead. Wrong choice of words, I think. The way it was before is the peasants being crushed underfoot. And I see lots of grumpy eyes in the room here. Peter, no. Peter, you're gonna damn the town. Peter! He lit the hearth, that's all it is. Okay, so we'll get the abbot to the Duke's men. We'll explain that it was an unrelated electrical fire. What manuscripts? That is their library. They had so many manuscripts from across the ages. Okay. Padre, well, everyone else does that. I think it might be too late for that. Not quite anti-preservation, it's more that the Abbey has done so much harm to the town. And so much misfortune came out of all that pressure and prohibition that they put on the town of the peasants. And Peter, being of the peasant class, is the lowest of the low here. Even if the town gets their concessions, he doesn't get anything. He's lost so much, monetarily, family-wise. The guy's just broke. Even the panic yelling gets the error in correction. Oh, he's only got one armful, but there's no way he could save it all. It's all going up so and Andreas was never heard from again. Does he actually die here? Oh, somebody's being put to sort of looks like. They gave us till sunset. This is well after sunset. We could have let the abbot out at any time. Monk's trying to explain. Is it gonna get through to them though? Where's the abbot? Oh, poor Pete. Pete's not gonna survive this fight. Oh, that's at least one person dead already, it looks like. Oh, there's a little Caspar. I don't see him getting out of this. The heat rises. Fire rises. If he's going up to the top to save stuff, he's not coming back down. Oh, this is a parties regarding investments made to Andreas Mahler, artist in Nuremberg, for the creation of a mural in the Church of Our Lady. The Chamber Court upholds the rulings of the Nuremberg City Court and Council in 1526 and 1527 respectively. All claimants signed contracts containing clauses under which their investments could be returned. I think he died, and so their investments into his commission's not happening. I just have to pick the most political games. That's a fun thing, Chill and Shove. Everything is politics. As Andreas Mahler's death indisputably resulted from a greater power, a contractually exempted circumstance, his estate cannot be held liable. In the interest of feminine liberty, his widow Sabine retains all contested investments. Well, that's amazing. Because the trouble with Ottilia is that when her husband passed, she couldn't inherit. And so her land got taken away by the Abbey. So at least Sabine is okay. Her husband never comes home, but she's got wealth. 15th day of February, Anno Domini, 1534. The man died doing what he loved, getting up into people's business. Achievement unlocked for Chapter 2, for Act 2? That's only Act 2. Getting to the death of our protagonist. The game keeps going? The game keeps going, Chillin' Chum. Do you think the world is going to stop just because Andreas Mahler dies? Parasitic growth develops in oak trees caused by wasps laying their eggs under the tree bark. Traditionally harvested and distilled into iron ink for manuscripts. Cool. Wait, was Maggie little Klaus's kid? Is the little Maggie growing up to be an artist in her own right? Oats, oh, little Oats is grown up. Man, this is a time skip. Oats was literally newborn. He's got a cousin in Oats. Chill guy. You know, a bit frozen if you catch my drift. Yeah? Am I not supposed to, Gertrude? Gertie? The rat house is finished. You'd probably call him that just to spite him, Chillin' Chum. You and I had the privilege of not being in a small town where everybody knows you. And if they know that you're going to be disrespectful, you are going to be bullet point number 1 in their suspect list for murder, like poor Martin. By the printing press, so to the Drucker's house first. The mural, 1547. What have we got? Satya Shrine. Martha. I don't think they know Martha. Martha must have been a kid, or probably wasn't even born yet back when we were playing as Andreas. Wait a tick, are we going to get to do sketches by the waterfall? Or find the treasure in the old mine? I can't tell, but it almost feels as if he runs a bit quicker, but it's probably just the animation giving the illusion of a quickness that Andreas didn't have. Can we gossip with old Smokey? Who is this Mary? This isn't Mary, this is a Maggie, a Magdalene. This was Klaus's child. Hey, Václav is back. And he knows her by name. They both do. Cool. He's making friends. They have a mill again. I want to see who's mining the mill these days. Give me the icon for the mill. Where's mill? Cannot go mill. There's mill. The Mueller house. There's a little baby Andreas. New dog, Sube. She gives it neck pets. Aww. Who's Andreas? Whose kid are you? Master Mueller. You have no head pad emote, I am so sorry. So, is this Este's kid? Did Este have another child? Did Paul produce a kid since running away from his dad? Swedish Guy, welcome! Thank you for the raid, Swedish Guy and Swedish Guy's friends. Let me go give you the shout-outs. What were you playing today, that Swedish Guy? Retro, a solid category? Anything in particular in the retro category that you were diving into today? Welcome again. Thank you for the raid. Maybe Paul's kid. I've lost track of how many years this was. Enough characters who were kids or adults and you're adult now that Paul could have grown up and produced a little child, a little Andreas. A mod for Doom 2. Okay, that's really retro. What, are we talking new Doom 2 or old Doom 2? Either way, me and my motion stick don't get along well with it. Secrets. Else is an old lady now. Oh, Paul married Anna. Oh, that's pretty cute. They got 2 kids. An Andreas and a little Ulrich. Where's Paul? Is Paul not around? Is Paul working the mill? Is Paul a kinder miller than his father? Old Doom 2, but was from 2 years ago or something. Ashes 2063. Sounds fun. Was never able to get too much into those. Like back when I was a kid, Wolfenstein 3D was our bread and butter. But I couldn't play more than like 30 minutes before I'm rolling on the ground, heaving with all of my guts, wanting to be outside. Because the human body is so weird. You put like the right textures and colors and lights in front of somebody's eyeball and suddenly the entire metabolic process breaks down. The curse of motion sick from video games. But I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. I'm glad it was great for you. It's kind of funny because like when I play Sea of Thieves, the rocking of the boat in the ocean gets lots of other people seasick. I don't mind it at all. But once I'm on land and in cave and I got those textures right up in my face, then I'm on the floor. Queasy. Just a casual hello, Elsie, no God bless you? I notice I can't go down to the ruins, only the meadow. I kinda wanna go around and talk to everybody else though. I'm going to assume that the anchoress is now long since dead. We forced it to not have any contracts. Oh, you're talking about egging? The temptation is always there, but I'm very happy leaving egg ink in the past. Eggs is the young folks' game. I'll leave it to those with youthful stamina. Martin's still around. I could have tossed Martin to the wolves. And I'm not sure what would have been different. Martin is definitely of the peasant class, so maybe Peter would have still felt that the losses were too great. But given that Leonard is very pro-Abbey, and clearly works with the Abbey closely, if we sent Martin to the mob instead, for being a fake Martin, I doubt that Martin would have ran to Leonard, so Ulrich probably wouldn't have died either. Leonard's family would not have been torn apart, he would have still been lording over the town as a miniature baron. Be in the 90s playing your accounting sims. Funny enough, Dino Park Tycoon was kind of that way too. Empty house. As a child, playing shareware games, I just enjoyed you get to have a park full of dinosaurs, and was very bad at business. And since Dad was an accountant, having Dad play it was kind of an eye-opener to the business realities. Like, I would try to take care of my employees, couldn't manage my funds and my dinosaurs, so like, oh, this person's pregnant and sick, fire him, get somebody else in, the park's doing good, sell it while the value is still high. I was like, why would you want to do that? It's a park full of dinosaurs. You don't want to keep it? Simon's new. No, just saying hello. Idle talk. Croft. Who's Croft? I don't recognize Croft. Is this one of Martin's kids? Lazy, arrogant, doesn't care for his family. And shame to the Bauer name. Maybe he gets it from his grandpa. How's the Gertners doing? Ill Peter's still around. Ill Peter is somehow still around. Is regular Peter? I don't see Jorg. Veronica's still around. Clara's still around. They got quite the busy house, it seems. But where's the menfolk? Don't tell me that Jorg is gone. Well, maybe they have the rat house. The rat house does exist now. Martha is a new person, senior portrait. Did Andres find his true love? Did he actually go to Innsbruck at the time? Since Andreas was here. Is that who you are, Rezi? Did he go to Innsbruck, find the gal he thought was cute, and produce a little daughter to take up the hammer when he's gone? Włoslaw has been defrocked. Did he leave the monastery to settle down with what's her face? Matilda? Or is that because the abbey was burned down? Several new faces. Kreutzer House, no longer the Zimmerman House. Black Till. Ava still... You remarried. She could have remarried with Andreas, but he had to go chase after books that he didn't even save anyway because the entire abbey burned down. Little Christina. He said that. Thank you, Christina. You're really pretty too. Keep it a secret or definitely won't. No further chats with Ava. I want to explore the entire rest of the town, see what else has changed. Folks are around, so the entire town was not destroyed, despite everything else that happened. Apollo, a very lofty name. Ooh, background for her now. To affect my character's choices going forward. Tinkerer. Maintains and tinkers with the present type. Sometimes works with Baltus. Which is believable for the daughter of the printman. Domestic, can handle anything connected with household or animal work or bookkeeping. Proficient with balancing numbers and general accounting of data and information. It's not as exciting as Andreas's globe-trotting background. Let's have her tinker. She was a printer's child. And since Bert died, who else but Mags is gonna take up her father's trade? Well, Apollo, nobody asked you, so hush. No one did. Again, let's see. Don't call us Mags. More background. Barbs. Oh, this is my reputation. A barb reputation is good at stinging, countering, and otherwise deflating people in conversation. A flirt. To playfully tease and flirt with people. Haggle, strong negotiator when it comes to finances or other matters of trade, probably would have synchronized, or what I want to say. Synthesized with the bookkeeping background a fair bit. Or a snoop, just like Andreas before. A penchant for sneaking around, eavesdropping on conversations, passing gossip. That just makes her a Tassingale. Barbs, light flirting, haggling, or snoop. What is my reputation? The way this all floats around. banter and prickly feels too obvious. Playful teasing could be fun. I'm sure haggling has its uses. Especially for picking up the family business. Might make us a bit miserly. But Snoop? If I want to play closer to Andreas's way? Didn't I say that if the Duke's men roll around, it's a good thing that Andreas got to do his confession? So at least if he had to die, we know for sure that he is in heaven with his child now. Let's make her a flirt. Jealous that I'm not as sweet to Otzi as to the other boys. What you choose in games would be Haggled and Snoop. IRL, you kind of wish could be fun, Barbie flirt. That's the thing, they've only got one. If you had combinations. But that's fine, you gotta make the choices you can. Perverted mind events, all these scandalous stories. Well, fine, Kraft, we're not gonna flirt with you then. I got them to back off by hitting them where it hurts. Do I get to choose? I do! A background, polyglot, can't speak any other language than Italian, foreign language than Italian. But can read a little of almost all of them. So fluency in Italian, and familiarity in others. Volksbücher, familiar with most popular common books of the day, a sort of trivia, almanacs, common knowledge, and scatological stories, or Reformation. Has read a wide range of contemporary books on the Reformation and counter-Reformation. Just charisma in games is like, you get everything you want or it's useless. I've heard complaints about that. Like one of the servers that I'm in. They have some Fallout fans there and whatnot, so they have lots of discussions about speech skills and whatnot, basically just being game content skippy buttons. Or conflict skip buttons or what have you. And the debates on how would you make a system where a dialogue is more than just a pass-fail to get by a thing, and is more exciting. So, current events, the common folks, or broad knowledge of various languages. What is so important to her that she wants to get back to it right away? The printer's daughter, so polyglot could be interesting. We had to nerf it to the original Fallout Alpha, because we beat the game in max charisma 10 minutes. I believe it. I played Fallout 2 more than Fallout 1, which is to say, didn't get very far into Fallout 1 at all. But you could do some shenanigans if you knew how to turn the system. Common touch, or Reformation and counter-Reformation. I think. See, what did she get? Trivia, common knowledge, maybe some almanac stuff. Well, I guess she's living as a printer's daughter, so she wouldn't as much have knowledge of the land and such, of the common such as the peasants. She is of a higher class, so do I want to give her some common knowledge? Or as a small town tassing girl, does she want the outside world through languages? Or current events throughout the Empire? Let's give her Reformation. I'm gonna give her... But languages could be interesting. She gets fluency of Italian, and a bit of familiarity everything else. I'm gonna give her ambitions. Reformation and counter-reformation. Or polyglot. Can read a little of almost every language. I'm going polyglot. Let's give her polyglot. Castilians do. That's because you never left tassing, Apollo. Your entire life is tassing. All sorts of books about trees and birds or whatever. Is that going to be implied by the book we got her when she was a child? Writing what they actually see instead of copying first century or even earlier documents. This obscure peninsula on the butt end of the Asian supercontinent is finally getting applied knowledge. Apollo likes frogs, got it. Oh, this is at the rat house? He's at the council? Oh no, this is a failed experiment already. Just an interesting children's show, talking about the dialogue and choices and whatnot. Going full charisma in games. See, that's what I like to mention, what is it? Games from, was it Big Bad Wolf? Things like The Council? Or Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song? We're in that one right. It's a very narrative-heavy game. Very dialogue-heavy game. And you have your stats. With some characters better or worse at speechcraft or whatever. But the conversations are absolutely duels, more than have high charisma instantly beat, you know? Even if you have a high stat on something, you're still going into it, arming yourself with information on the world. Information that you might know or not know about a character. Picking your words carefully. It could be that your high stats give you an expertise and a special skill dialogue option. But that might not be the right option for that person or that conversation. You can mess yourself up if you purely go by what's a good stat skill, dialogue choice, and not what's going to convince this person in front of me. Pointless about Dad's plans, I'll get them. Just gotta see what else is new in town. Haven't even seen the Albans yet. How's Gret doing, Gret? Gotta be old by now. Where's everyone else? Oh, she's all gray. Where's her... Was it Ulrich Alban? Well, I guess she's Baker now. I don't see him. Anise cakes? Oh my goodness, Agnes is so old. Yeah, that's the cake she used to get as a kid. Okay, I'll pick up the plates at Dad's. I could sleep, but it's daytime. Guess that's her desk. Oh, there's an upstairs too. Did I see it? What's going to be on the mural at the rat house? Oh no. Oh no. Whoever's writing the notes has not stopped. This is addressed to Dad, I think. The mystery still goes on. The thread puller is still here. Not Dad's handwriting? Could actually read this? Wow. What an odd color. Don't have ink like this. The ink is unique. I also want to take a peek at the Abbey to see how it survived in the intervening years. If there even is an Abbey anymore. So Dad gets the top room. And we sleep on the ground floor as a kind of alarm. If a burglar breaks in and we start screaming, Dad knows to lock the door. Inn is still here. Killian has grown into a big handsome man. Hannah is still around. Don't tell me that Nico and Hannah didn't divorce. Better hope I'm not killing my sleep then, Swedish guy. I'm surprised. Oh my goodness! They didn't divorce! I mean, I guess Leonard's dead, so there's no more infidelity. I'm surprised that Andreas wasn't murdered by the abbot or whoever else. There were so many opportunities. Leonard brought him up to the mountains to hunt. Can't do a thing at the inn. And nothing ever came of Otto saying he had the head or hand or whatever of the saints. Right away, the stable is looking a bit overrun. The guest house, it's overgrown. Abbott's house is also... oh, it's gone then. If the Abbott's house is overgrown, then nobody is using the Abbey anymore. The shrine is still operational. And there's a hand. They got the relic. The poor Claris. The Benedictines are gone. So, Order of Contemplative Nuns founded by Saints Clara and Francis of Assisi. Does that mean that Mother Superior and the convent's still around? There were Benedictine nuns, I think, so... I don't know, there's Gertrude. Also, oh my goodness. Son of Mousemonger. With a kitten of his own. Herbarium still in use. Just must not be the season for gardens. Illuminata? Francisca. I don't know Francisca. She's not wearing a giant cross on her neck, but if these are a different order of nuns now that have taken avowed property, giant crosses probably aren't. Could it be indicative of who the head mother is? Just saying hello, being Snoopy, figuring out what's changed in in however many years it was. Oh, and since we're a girl, we got better access to the convent. Men aren't allowed in, but we're not men anymore. So the other Benedictine nuns did leave Curacao. Son, a mouse finder, you mean? Curaçao's a wonderful place to call home. She's truly the queen of Curacao. Can't imagine how drafty and loaded the convent must have been after everyone else left. Nah, the cat is queen. So, if Gertrude isn't making the inks anymore, and we are still seeing this excellent Gothic hand in purple ink, could it be the abbot isn't the thread puller after all, or somebody related to the abbey? Where'd everybody else go? They could have made lots and lots of ink in bulk. And so whoever's a thread puller, if they were related to the abbey, could still have a stockpile of good inks. If they're now town-based. The entirety of the abbey is all blackened out. It's erased even. They took the eraser to it all. Roman ruins are still on the map. Just haven't had access to it. Martin Bauer Farm it's called now. Hans Bauer Farm. Otherwise, not too many changes that I see. Vanna and Balthazar are still around. It's a small town, it can't change too much. Hold up. No, that was always there. Was it always so flamey? I can't remember. And because the autosave is aggressive, I can't go back and check. Locked. Locked. Can't do some urban exploration. I really do wonder though, if it's possible to finish Act 2 without the Abbey going on fire. Maybe would have to sacrifice Martin and his family's well-being. Maybe Peter's so broken and distraught that he sets fire to the scriptorium regardless. Carl, still with his spoon in his hat. Dang, that is so much class. This had to be the Abbey's money that went to all this. If class is such a luxury, and Leonard was able to afford a few windows and this is so many more. go chat with old Stoles. Not Stoles first. Baltus first. Who's this? Nazio. Anybody else hiding out here? Chow. Oh, no, he's gonna seduce her. Excitement? Has he... Stare nervously, or yes? Yes? Cinnamon added to the beer. Ah, so he's gone to real meaningful inventions then. Of the culinary kind. Isn't that a spice? That was... No, you made him a still. These are Germans, up in the mountains of Bavaria. Beer is a heart and soul. Does she comprehend? She could read, but she can't speak. He who has the money can do everything. I mean, if he wants to enrich the town with sweeter beverages and spiced beverages, who might have stopped him? Rye is free? Rye is that? Because of bumper year. Why not? Best of luck? Nod vaguely. Best of luck, Balto. Okay, the town's lost one jerk, but one remains. Is he gonna be nicer? Oh, he's not around. Is he gonna be nicer since we're of the townie class, the merchant class, and not as low as some dirt peasants? Truth versus no truth? What have we got here? He's received a threat saying to stop, so what in the mural do they not want revealed? Lord, but not written in the red, written in the lower case. So it's not a theological dispute. You know, what if Andreas faked his death? There's a secret passage from the library to the crypt. What if he used it? What if he got out? Either through the crypt or through the aqueduct. Since we did find the aqueduct exit connecting the forest and the crypt. And he's taken this death, assumed or otherwise, to leave the old life that made him live miserable behind, and start a new one, possibly inspired by Martin. And there's Stoles. And Big York with a lot more gray in his hair now. Is Paul still doing his art? He's gotta be with his dad gone. What if I don't want to make him see things from your point of view? What if I'm perfectly happy with my father's POV? I don't even know what you're all arguing about. Ranting at plans that you don't want to see and want me to do something else. I don't even know what you're arguing about. Of Tassing and Curacao Abbey, you know there was also that book that the Baron was going to bring as a gift to the Abbey that depicts some salacious history of Tassing that we never even got to see. And who's the lord in this sense? If the Abbey no longer lords over Tassing, who does? Give me the current events. The revolt memorialized on the wall. You know, given how bloody the German peasant revolts were, it's actually pretty tame here in Tassing if most everyone survived okay. Most of the families are still here. They got babies of their own to replace their lost. What do you think, Jorg? So Il Peach is gone. No, Il Peach is here. But Peter died that night. Could I see the mural? Could I see it for myself? My father was deeply affected by the revolt, won't be easily convinced of everything, of anything. I don't think it's all that complicated. How old am I? At least mid-late teens. So I think I know the entire world. Want me to convince him to do what you say? I'm sure that'll work. My father was deeply affected. There's no way that just us could convince him. Vanner wants to cut off entirely. Can I pin down who this thread puller is? It's somebody who wants Papa to stop with the mural. Won't promise anything, he's hard enough to convince, but only so he could paint it. Not on account of you bickering like children. I didn't give her barbs. Maybe I should have given her barbs. Oh, we got a new tile clock. But how do I make sense of this new type of clock? Do I have more time of the day because the day is broken up differently? Could he put the mural anyplace else? Could he put... Well, I guess the rat house is big, so we need lots of space. The aqueduct? Can we put it on the aqueduct? I'm worried about you. Could he just start working on it? If they don't like it, they could figure it out themselves. Or they stop arguing if you just propose something more predictable to their tastes. I am worried. We saw the note. And the little goblin that's occupying her head now knows what the note means. Years. Okay, I wasn't doing the math before. Benjamin, Rachel, and Esther. Benjamin and Esther were the guest couple. Wait, no. Rachel and Benjamin. Oh, does that mean little baby's all grown up too? Aww. Ulrich we saw die. I guess Peter did die to the Duke's men. I don't know about that. I do have to wonder. What if I got more evidence on Hannah? I'm sure I might have been able to. Because I'm fairly certain if it went for Martin, then Martin's family, which is so many people, would have been out on the streets. And Tassing would have lost a core institution. If I didn't get Guy up, then Guy probably wouldn't have run off to Leonard's. Hannah might have. But does Leonard care about Hannah to house her in his windmill? Can't change the past, Dad. That's everyone else's job with this mural. Is that what this is about, the mural? I haven't even seen it. I've seen the plates, but I haven't seen the plates. You know, the third... The hair that's falling on my forehead kind of makes it... There's hair on my forehead? Oh, so there is. Kind of looks like a bruise. Well, I can't control this stuff. I gave up trying to control this hair a long time ago. Dude, are you okay? Yeah? Just terminal, uncontrollable hair. You're right, Dad. Don't let it get to you. No, you're right, Dad. You want to remember the history. Much like we tried to get Ursula to remember the old ways. What about Ursula? Little tiny Ursula should be all grown up by now. She should be our senior. They'll come around. They won't. Werner is there. And Werner doesn't give two anythings of anybody else. One way or another, Dad, you'll figure it out. Letter to Esther. We're pen pals now? Did they make it to Prague? Where are they at? Where are they at these days? Just write for a bit, huh? I could write for a bit. Or is there anything else I could do? Probably not. I've already spoken to everybody else, there's no mystery yet. Work hours, 18th hours. It's only 6 p.m.? I guess I could take a quick look around town, because I don't know what the nightlife is like now. Do they have a nightlife? It's not even nighttime! The sun's still up! Fabian and her spoke to already. Jord, have you got more news for me? Just a hello? Maybe could go back to the rat house. No, I just picked an accident. But since we're here, what are you doing? What is this farming stuff? What are you two planning? What does a magnifying glass icon indicate? Sure, Hans. Sure, you gotta have a better lie than that. Does anybody else participate in this contest? Who's Sep? I don't know Sep. Sep's some new guy. So this is just a thing men do from time to time. Gotta be super nosy, see how far this lie goes before it cracks. She is welcome! This went from her doing nothing to you're invited to join too. I'm not very big myself. You happen to have small logs that would suit me. I'm not very big myself. Is this how they flirt out of the country? Is he being honest? They really just go to the woods and with logs together and see who's stronger? Oh, he wants me to go. We're just gonna go see their logs, that's all. Is this gonna be the equivalent of how Andreas was able to eat with everybody? This time we go hang out with everybody else. In the off time, maybe. Carl's still here. What's at the rat house now? That the argument's all done. Nothing in the rat house? Nothing in the rat house. This is a multi-story building. Why did they just put the inflammatory mural upstairs? Where the Lord, whoever he is, isn't going to see it. We've just seen him an hour ago, but I'm sure he's made several progresses. Clock towers of wonder of casting. Do have to account for Andrus's help in smithing the parts. Altz's building the frame. Nah, it all goes down to the master worker. The apprentices, the builders, the crafters, that's not their name on the signature block. One or two women who can make a fine clock if given the chance. Love to create something so intricate someday, maybe a new kind of printing press. One about this big, say? You just type on numbers on it, and the paper feeds through. I'd love to create something so intricate. Automatically sorted type. Bold. Gonna put Balto here to shame. He's gonna steal the credit, he's gonna beat us to it. Maybe someday. I've still gotta manually load all the keys onto my keyboard. And every time I type with it, I gotta toss it out, put a new one in. Idea's still fuzzy, can make it work someday. Stranger things have been attempted. It's ridiculous. Nah, she'll get it done. She's got her background. She's lived her entire life in the printing house. If anybody could do it, she can. Okay. Not sure there's anybody else we're talking to right now. Want to get back to my pen pal then? Unless I can mess around with the print for a bit. No. There's no interaction in the press. Alright, to my pen and quill. I get to choose. Hope all is well. Autumn reached us, at last in Tassing. Hope your family is well. Dad sends regards to you and your parents, as usual. So they did make it to Prague, good. Correction, he wants to paint a mural of Tassing's history and the rat house. I don't think I want to stay in Tassing forever. It's a quaint place to grow up, but she's 20 now. We do have her read books of languages on her free time. Gave her the polyglot background. She does have ambitions bigger than Tassing. Been shop been of the family for years, looking forward to taking it over. But it would probably help her have a chance to innovate on the print machine, maybe. Or at least in the process. But I'm giving her bigger goals. Tassing is a great place. But she has ambitions outside these hills and mountains. I'm already ruining the town's future. Before winter? It's already autumn, she hasn't got much time left. Don't tell me that Papa is going to be the next murder victim. And as his only surviving heir, after Marie and Bert died, it'll be up to us to figure out what happened. Go to bed? But it's only 8! It's so... What is she doing going to bed so early? Not until I snoop around some. And confirm there's nobody out at night. There's still sun over the hills. How come everybody here goes to bed so early? Well, if she's going to sleep at 8, everyone else is asleep at 8. So might as well turn in. Is she going to have her own dream world of the City of Reason? No, that was informed by Andreas' classical training. It's gonna be all blocks and stuff for her. Dad got murdered. Somebody runs out the door. Mystery number 1. Dad is stabbed and lying in a pool of his own ink. Yeah. Or he's fallen down, maybe pushed down the stairs or clunked to the back of the head. House is a mess. The mural plans probably got stolen. Did you see who did it, Dad? Solve the mystery for us. Oh, just a someone. It's gonna be too late. Wound is too deep to take care of on her own. Need Dr. Stolz. Can't carry across town, Dad. Won't be long. It's gonna go to the same place. They know we gotta get the doctor. I will say the one nice thing about the printer's family is we haven't got to wait for them to scribble out all the text. What's the news, Doctor? Are you able to save him? He's up. He's awake at least. And the attacker could be somebody in this room right now. Be honest, Klaus. It has to do with your mural. Someone doesn't want us to instigate the Lord. They think it's going to be that big of a deal to silence you. Old-fashioned Stole still has to scribble things out. Twitch is twitching on you. Oh, sorry to hear it. Let me check my OBS real quick, make sure it's not me, because sometimes it is. Remarkably, miracle upon miracles. 0 dropped frames entire stream. But if Dad's not during the mural, And if I gotta take care of him, then who's gonna do the printing? Whatever I need to do, obviously. Obviously. This will be remembered. Miro called off for now. Vanna is suspect number 1. Abandon the idea. I feel like Werner wants to lord over the council, the way Leonard lorded over the town. With Leonard gone, Stolz is... what? The next loftiest man in town? And if he's gonna get some political voice on the rat house? Hey, Nehru 3? Who did I kill off in the first 2 cases? I took a monk each time. The first time. I want to replay this again because I felt like there was so much more that I missed the first time. But the first time was Brother Ferenc, who I knew was innocent, but I felt compelled to save Pietro. And the most evidence that I had was him or Sister Matilda, and I couldn't possibly throw Sister Matilda under the bus. And for the second one, I tossed Guy to the wolves. I was sure there was more, but for some reason the game bugged out at me, and every time that Brother Guy was going to show me the note that he got and explain his side of the story, the game borked out, and kind of reset him, and I couldn't ask him anything more. It was so weird and bizarre. So, for the second one, I felt like I had to give somebody out. I didn't have enough on Hannah. I wasn't comfortable throwing Martin to the wolves, even though Martin's note was very compelling. And I thought maybe if I gave Guy up, and the abbot isn't having the abbey funds embezzled, then maybe the abbey wouldn't have to be so strict on the peasants so we could renegotiate their taxation. And instead everyone equally suffers, because now it's an official revolt. He chose Hannah and the miller for the second one. I didn't have enough though. Everything that I got on Hannah was all for the infidelity. If I could have tossed Leonard to the wolves with her. Maybe for the second time, I'll pick a different order of operations. Because I really want to, but taking so many notes. Not just on like what's going on and what could it possibly be for the next time, so... Maybe we'll get those pluses to get Hannah to confess the next time, because I couldn't get anything out of her. Went through the aqueduct, so I heard the liaison perfectly. We eavesdropped on the confession, so we got more confirmation on their affair. Leonard admits to it, Hannah admits to it, but she refuses to go further. All this beef that is tantalizingly being held, dangling in front of me. Been painting since before I could walk. Old enough to run the print shop by myself, and Dad trusts me to illustrate the book. Isn't that enough? Older than Utz, and he's on the town council, and he doesn't even do anything. Ooh. If I took Barb's, I think I would do that. Here, she is speaking to her own credentials. Old enough to run the print shop, Dad trusts her with the illustrations. That's credentials. Yeah, lots of skill and expertise, just like hers. If but Andreas was still with us. There's still a non-zero chance that he took that secret passage out of the scriptorium. escaped through the crypts out to the aqueducts, and is living happily under an assumed identity. Yeah, what's that supposed to mean? We didn't pick the domestic life in our background, we chose tinkerer. Would any of you know about it? Are you not listening? I've been already doing this work for years. Shouldn't be surprised. You can't see him doing that with that old trope chillin' chum. He did hate his prior life, though. He completed his Wanderjahr, became a master, got married, lost his son, felt emptiness at home, went back abroad, regretted going back to his wife in Nuremberg, possibly because the pain of his son's loss made everything else just too hard. I'm pretty sure he's dead. Like, he went in to chase books, to save the manuscripts, because he was an artist. He put his life into the scriptorium too, and that life was taken. But there's a possibility he could be out there. She's going to push the issue. Dad is going to claim her as the heir to complete the mural, and then she's going to get the next bonk on the head. We got his endorsement. Oh, a little smile out of her. Whatever happened to the nun that was locked in the room, the anchoress? I think she's dead. It's been 18 years. Sister Emily was digging her own grave way back in Andreas' time, so if we don't see her again, I think she's just gone. Of course, but taking Dad's ideas into account, of course we are. Dad wants to tell a very important history that wasn't 5 generations ago. It was you all. Everybody standing in this room was involved some way or another. You or your paws. What have you got, Vanna? What warning are you going to give? Do you think perhaps Vanna, in his position as town doctor, how long ago did he get into town? Whoever wrote the note, 5 and 18, 18 and 25 years ago, had excellent Gothic penmanship and some rare ink. Werner is an option that I have not considered for Mastermind. We don't interact with Werner all that much. Then we shall care for him, while taking our time to work on the mural, delay the mural for a proper grieving period, and then continue as he wished it. All the more reason to complete Papa's mural while he's still around. Take him to see a surgeon, something you can do. Say nothing. Come on, Werner. You're a doctor of accolades, aren't you? Aren't you capable? Can we take him to see one? not be moved? We somehow moved into bed? What if we put him on a smaller mattress with 2 sticks that people could comfortably carry on their shoulders? He's just going to die. While seeing his vision to fruition. Still not sure what to make of this new clock. Oh, that's the entire day gone! Needs to see... Okay. Alright, she's got her motivation then. She's not just gonna sit here and take care of him in the house until he's gone. She wants him to see it. Is this gonna be the conflict? How much of her time she devotes to the mural? Or how much time she devotes to him? And one way or another, something's going to be sacrificed. Earliest part of Tassing's history. Is this what's going to be after all? Instead of one mural depicting the revolt 18 years ago, there's lots of space. We could fit in lots of history. Are we actually, instead of delving into the mystery of the true mastermind, is she going to learn and analyze as much of Tassing and Kearsal's history as possible? And what we ascertain becomes what we put on the wall. People of Tassing know some, but all the history. Library is gone though. So we could write to Mother Illuminata. But there is one problem. Let me get some autosaves in. Oh, I can't lead. Yes, I can lead. Autosave up. Autosave down. Unfortunately, given the time it is of the day, I'm going to have to regretfully call it there for the evening. But I want more. There's more in the game. There's more to this story. And maybe all of it is going to come in together now? I don't know. Because her thing seems to be that she wants to, like, analyze the history of the town. For the benefit of making the best mural that she can. But her dad's been bonked. The thread puller is still around. So there's gotta be more to her story than just making a painting while dad's still around. There's gotta be more dirt to uncover. Maybe I should have made her a gossip. But for now, I have got to find someone to toss you guys into, to raid into. And then tomorrow, we'll continue from here. I see a couple of people are actually playing Pentiment tonight. Let's go check out I Lure, who appears to be in good old Andreas's part. Haven't raided this person before, but that's the great thing about the raids. You get to find other people and see what they're like. And we'll see what kind of Andreas they make and what kind of mistakes they make with this story. So for now, thank you very much for hanging out. There'll be more Magda tomorrow. So thank you for hanging. Enjoy the rest of your night. We'll continue this next time. And see you guys around. Take care.
はっちゃめちゃ忙しいスーパーヒーロー
Or not, as this person's settings did not allow you to read it this time. Okay, who else have we got? If not them. Caden Cactus also playing Pentiment? Do they allow raids? Can't fault them. Twitch isn't always the kindest of places, so sometimes gotta put those security settings on. Okay, new raid. See you next time.
はっちゃめちゃ忙しいスーパーヒーローお肉の手入れサインの練習空手チョップで箸終わったら牛丼片手にダンシングロックンロール強い当たり前そりゃそうさかわいい照れるなガックン手の突っ張りはいらんですよ言葉の意味はよくわからんがとにかくすごい自信だレスラー怪獣私が相手だと